Good evening or good morning if you're in Europe, or extremely early in the morning in the US. That's the next day. G'day everyone. Not a problem, Jonathan, whenever you feel like it. Johnny, good to see you again. Joey, always a pleasure. And Dave, my mate. How are those Spanish senoritas, or are you in the Balkans again, enjoying the cheeses, that is, those delights? Paul, always a pleasure. One of our locals. That's my 1 minute. Ignore that. 1 minute doesn't mean it's Greek time. 1 minute Greek time, just double that. Stefan, how are you? Hi, Harry. How's it going? Thanks for sacrificing your overtime. No, that's okay. I'm suffering sinusitis for 4 weeks already, despite this anti-inflammatory diet plus taurine. Any tips? Okay, so you've been doing, you've been maintaining your vitamin D status, for example, as well, I hope. 4 weeks seems a very, very long time. Yeah, it seems like there may be something else compromising you to be that long, because usually if your immune system is in good nick, you should recover, even from a virus or whatever. You should recover pretty fast. You shouldn't basically be in this sort of situation, is what I'm saying. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Can you give me a bit more information? Have you moved to any new place or new workplace, potentially, and potentially being exposed to something that's caused some, like an allergic reaction? Because this just seems more like you've been exposed to something causing an allergy of some sort. It doesn't seem normal. Certain, and it's not even spring, where usually most seasonal allergies emerge in spring. In Australasia it's winter. In the northern hemisphere, it's pretty much towards the end of summer. So I would say it sounds more like an exposure to some allergen that's actually causing this. You need to find out, probably go and get yourself tested. Don't go to a general doctor, they got no idea. Just go to a naturopath, ask them to do some sensitivity tests and some blood draws and stuff like that. And if there's anything that's in your system, they'll find it and they'll say, well, this is what's causing it. And then at least you know, and they can give you potentially certain types of antivirals and or antifungal or antibacterial, or whatever it is that's in your system that's actually causing some of this aggravation, because that's not normal 4 weeks. If you're on a species appropriate diet, you've got a good immune system and you're still responding, your immune system is still responding, sounds more like an exposure to something that you've got it's either an allergen or something you're in your environment, a chemical, I don't know. You got to go and check yourself out to find out those sort of things. Anything, this is general information for everyone. Certain things like, yes, taurine has an important role, vitamin D has an important role for your immune system, to regulate your immune system. But if you're pretty much in the situation where you are having certain, your body's responding in a certain way, you need to go and get yourself checked out. Don't waste anybody's time on YouTube or whatever, because I don't have a kit a digital kit to analyze you and work out whether what compounds may be affecting. Something doesn't just appear like that. The diet, you either, like plants, you have certain plants you're sensitive to, you immediately get a response. Okay, I've got sensitivity to salicylates or this or that. You can't just go normal and then basically then suffer. That's a new exposure to something. What it is, don't know, so yes. So anyway, greetings to you as well, Begard. Good to have you here. Fluffy Rainbow, it's always a pleasure. And Tom Tanaka, good to see you, mate. Always. Is that Japanese, Tanaka? Sounds Japanese. I could be wrong. If it's not, I do apologize. But I do have some Korean, some Japanese, and some Chinese followers as well, and other people in Southeast Asia. So sometimes certain surnames can sound a bit similar. Let me find that for you, since nobody else bothered in the previous one. I don't think anybody's going to bother with this one as well. So, and I don't see any others here. That's of the moderators, that is. Yes, it's a 3-year-old video. It's my first ever video that I made. So yeah, it goes back quite some time. So yes, it's an oldie. If people know what it is, I'm going to put the title in front of it. So this is 3 years ago, some time ago. Actually, I look better now than I looked back then 3 years ago. Interesting. I'm just looking at myself and I go, oh, look a bit younger today. Oh, okay. You'll know what I mean when you see me. Anyway. So that's the video. That was the first video that I ever made. Yeah, chromium, vitamin C, and the carnivore diet. So that was the first thing. I don't even know why I made it. I think somebody asked me about vitamin C at the time on Bart's. I was on one of Bart's live streams and somebody asked me. Well, I said I might as well just cover that point as well. Not that you need much anyway. And, decided to cover chromium as well. And it's very easy to get it. You'll see the foods and all that. It's funny how, I haven't seen it for donkey's years. So, probably it's not one of my most polished videos in that regard. So just keep that in mind. So just in case some people go, oh, And you'll actually see that mussels has the highest amount out of all the sort of different foods. It's one reason I think Hello Kitty had actually asked me, which food has like a good composition of different minerals, so you can get, because she'd been eating a lot of vegetables for a long time, and she sort of had some level of muscle, bone atrophy, stuff like that, and she just lifted a small weight, and she actually fractured her wrist. I mean, his dad gets hit by a car, gets knocked 3 meters, he's 88.5 and doesn't get it, not even a fracture. And she's a younger lady, but having done plant-based for a very long time, and she ends up just lifting a small 1.5 kilos. I gave it some weights with the food. I didn't realize she was that in such a state. She just lifted and actually fractured one of her wrists. Just shows how bad a plant-based diet can be long-term for your musculoskeletal health, in that regard. And that was one of the things that I said, look, to get a number of the minerals, mussels are a really good thing. It's the top one that you'll find in the sort of, if you're doing a carnivorous diet. Oysters are sort of the second, and pork chops are much better than beef. I can't remember exactly. I think they're 3 times or something like that compared. So yeah. Anyway, so that was that. What was my second one? Oh, that's right. The dark side of fasting was my second one. I forgot all about that one. I should post that as well. The dark side of fasting from. So that'll be it. Two will do. Shut up, Harry. I don't even remember why I made this video. I think it was some conversation that I was having with somebody online, and I was annoyed with what they were saying, and I ended up making this video. So it was more out of an annoyance than anything else, even though I had other plans. I had my choline ones and milk and stuff like that, and they did come out after those ones. I did do on the Carnivore, the Greeks, their N15 data and all sorts of other things after. So that wasn't planned. That was for a later time to do a fasting video, but I ended up doing it just because I got annoyed by somebody, as you do, the child in me came out and said, well, I'll sort you out, you crackpot. So yeah. EZ Zealous, how are you, mate? Again. And Flight F. Zero. I like saying that. Barcelona, Harry. Seafood tapas, heaven. And the senoritas. I'm hoping you're having a good time. Billy the Kid, good morning from Greece. Good morning to you as well, Billy the Kid. Good to have you here, mate. Now, I don't know whether you're Greek or not, so yeah. Harika po ito kanali mo. And which means that I'm happy that he's come to my channel. Anyway, Joey. Roy Carnivore, always a pleasure and privilege. Well, nice to say. Everybody's got their little favourites and nicknames and everything else. Anyway, Johnny, what's Johnny asking? Hi, how are you? The email found in your channel, the right email to message you, or is there a different email? No, the one in my channel, that's the one. Yeah, just send to that one. I don't expect, I usually take it, a week or two before I reply to many. But sometimes if I'm not doing anything, I'll reply immediately. Other times it can be drawn out. So just keep that in mind. If you really want a quick reply for something, just leave a comment, because I usually reply to them within 24 hours. And if I miss a comment, once a month, I go back all the way through my whole damn list And then I just scroll for about 3 hours. You just scroll, and if I've missed anything, then I answer it. Yes, I'm one for punishment, as a mate of mine says. Anika, always a pleasure. Good to see you here. How are things in the Balkans? And Tom, can you comment on pork omega-3 ratios? There seems to be 24-1. Different cuts of pork have different ratios? Pretty much. I've actually done videos on this covering all the different omega ratios, and sometimes the foraging ones have have worse ratios than even some of the ones that are actually being fed scraps. So it's not a perfect thing, and it can vary from different parts of the pork and all that, but it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant, because you are taking omega-3s. You don't need a lot anyway, but you're taking omega-3s from the pork and you're converting them. And you don't need to convert them. You take EPA and DHA and you don't have to worry about conversion. You actually need more omega-6. In some tissue types around the body, it can be 11-1 or more. So we actually have more omega-3. Even in the brain, the PUFA part of the brain, it's actually slightly more omega-6 and slightly less omega-3. So it's, this whole fallacy that it's all DHA, wrong. That it's all omega-3, what they usually say, EPA and DHA in the, when we're looking at the sort of brain or stuff like that. Most of it's there as PUFA. No, it's actually large parts of it are omega-6 as well. And all the actual cells, in order to basically for the immune system and for, your prostaglandins and all these sort of things. So all these sort of things that are involved in dealing with inflammation in the body and dealing with repair mechanisms and all that have a lot to do with omega-6s. What do you think athletes sometimes for injuries take arachidonic acid as a supplement? That's an omega-6. They take it specifically for those purposes. So it's all this nonsense. Omega-6 omega-3 ratios are only valid in veganurized diets, in people that are eating plants, because the moment you take, there's two problems when you're eating plants. One problem is you've got competition between linoleic acid, and ALA, which is the omega-3 in plants. And you've only got one conversion pathway, and you've got competition of that conversion pathway. That's the problem for those people that are eating too many plants. One problem. The second problem is, because you've got this competition and you've got a much greater amount of, because if you take a look at the ratio, forget about the ratio, the percentage of fatty acid in pork is much smaller than in plants. In some parts of the pork, it's the same level amount as you would find in beef. It just has a different ratio. So it's irrelevant. The ratio is irrelevant. We tend to have higher amounts, and in the fatty acids inside the food matrix of the animal can't be damaged. They're not like the seed oils. They're not like these other things. It's oxidized PUFA that's the problem, and high deuterium in the actual PUFA that's the problem. So it's not the PUFA itself. And in the animal food, it can't be oxidized in the food matrix can't be oxidized very well. Why? We don't know. It just can't. And I've actually got the proof where they've actually cooked the damn stuff for 3 hours and you get trace amounts. And even if you cook it for 32 hours, it becomes just charcoal, the fat. It still only increases by above trace levels, and it's similar to where olive oil is in some of these. So which is one of the better of the oils that oxidizes less compared to the others, which are right up here, and olive oil's down here. Well, if you cook meat for the same amount, it's probably about here, just below olive oil, about the same. So olive oil still is worse, and it's not even cooked. And that's 32 hours. I've actually, you just have to look. I've got videos. There's actually a playlist on PUFA, covers everything. Every sort of nonsense about PUFA. It's all basically garbage. It's all, people repeating the same nonsense without any looking at the literature. I've actually looked at the science. All the stuff that actually shows PUFA as being bad, in a sense, is all based on seed oils, plant oil research. It's garbage. Yes, it's going through an oil refinery. It's being damaged severely. Its food matrix structure is completely destroyed. And obviously, you end up with more deuterium, which does damage to your mitochondria. And on the other hand, you also end up with more primary, secondary oxidative products plus aldehydes. And in order for you not to smell the rancidity from those oils, they put these deodorizers, they use deodorizers, and they put certain type of other flavorings and whatever to mask the rancidity. That's what they sell. They're selling poison for profit. So, and when you look, and most of the research and even the rat chow is made up of this stuff. So you can actually take all that research and just throw it in the rubbish bin, because it is not applicable to animal fats or animal PUFA, completely non-related. So you've got to have to look at actual research, and I've got actually research showing, people feeding, inducing cancer in rats, giving them bacon, yes, bacon, processed food, bacon, and the colon cancer is inhibited by the bacon. Okay, so say no more. That is a reverse causality. Reverse causality means that whole hypothesis is not busted, fisted, completely and utterly destroyed. So we need to realize there's a lot of nonsense out there. But as Bradford Hill would say, with his Bradford Hill criteria, in the way you analyze data, if you find an inverse association, there cannot be causality related to that, because for the simple reason, you cannot have causality unless you have, under every circumstance, you have association. The moment there is a reverse association or a reverse mechanistic, experimental evidence showing a reverse situation, a reverse causality, or a reverse association, that whole hypothesis is, as the Romans would say, busted, my dears, busted. So don't worry about pork. I love pork, and if you take a look, most of the longevity people have been eating pork for thousands of years. So even chimps, even monkeys, even chimps hunt pork, little piglets. We've been eating pork since the Stone Age. Not now, since the Stone Age. And porks eat everything because they're garbage collectors. They'll eat anything, those animals. And we've been consuming them for a very, very long time. Even our common ancestor, if you're, so all that sort of stuff. So it's ludicrous, nonsense, garbage. Anyway, let's move on. But do check out my PUFA playlist, and you'll get a lot of information that will demystify and blow a massive hole in all that nonsense that you've been fed by a whole lot of other crackpots out there, and there are plenty of them that don't look at the literature, but they just regurgitate the same old paleo nonsense and everything else under the sun. Yes, it is coming. Good morning to you, Hard Logic, as well. And g'day, Jenny. Hi, Harry. I bought 3 jars of taurine from the US and New Zealand. Border Control seized it for a month. I use New Zealand company now. Really? They are weird. Well, I had actually I had a peptide. I had this other supplement that actually got caught, So I'm just waiting for them now to ban BPC 157, which I need for Dad next year. So that's going to really annoy me, to say the least. But anyway, once we get to that sort of stage, yeah, it is frustrating, Jenny. I know it's frustrating. I'm, constantly having to find and all these, they're unreliable. None of the companies actually, because a lot of these people don't have enough supply. Like I approached one to try and get a discount. Said, "Oh, look, I only sell a couple of those." So that didn't really work. And most of the companies, have pulled out of the Australian market. They don't even sell anymore. And so I've been having to find others. And now the company that was selling recently, they've got more on Amazon again. So it seems like to try and find the free form. I've probably got myself to blame because I've made it so popular, the free form, that everybody's going for that. And there's just not enough production, because all the other stuff that comes out of China is the cheapo stuff. I don't like the manufacturing approach. So I prefer the stuff which is a free form, which is produced in the US or Europe. The problem is they don't produce enough for the market. That's the biggest problem. It's a hassle trying to get it each time. So I understand. What are the side effects of taking more than 4 grams of choline per day? Well, that guy that was actually eating up to 30 eggs times 1.6.79. He was consuming occasionally 4.4 grams a day, sometimes, not every day. The other days, give me a sec, times 25. No. On the other days, he was consuming about 3.5 and had no problems whatsoever. They do say that over 4, some people can get nausea, some people can get, just, I think these are outliers. You've got a bell curve, there are outliers, okay? We're not talking about the general population, we're just talking about outliers. And some of them were getting, nausea, some of them were getting certain, stomach aches, or they were getting certain things. But obviously these are not experimental studies. They haven't looked at what they were eating and stuff like that. These are just free living observations. We don't know what else they were doing and whether there was certain interaction with certain gut bacteria, pathogenic. There can be a problem sometimes. So and whether, if they're not on a species appropriate diet, that as well. So there's a lot of, I just say, let's just play it safe, because we've got no literature with experimental literature showing above 4 grams. And we don't need, I don't have problems with people doing up to 3 grams. I mean, this guy was doing 3.5 grams every single bloody day, and sometimes doing up to 4.5 grams just from the eggs. This 88-year-old didn't have any problems, so I don't think, even though they say all these things, when you check the sort of the National Institute of Health that have got, but they have got a lot of case studies in terms of, these outliers, and they could be that they do have certain genetic issues, these people as well. Some of them also tend to endogenously, like I'm the opposite. I'm at the other end of that bell curve where I don't produce or can convert inside endogenously to produce enough choline. 76% of Chinese people, on the other hand, can endogenously produce it. The Han Chinese, that is. And I've actually shown that in some of my research, which means that they are the ones that need to be more careful, because they produce a lot endogenously. And potentially there could be issues potentially with disrupting neurotransmitters or whatever. It's unclear in that regard. I'm on the other end, and this guy may have been similar to me, so could tolerate far more. So I tend to say to people, on a regular basis, take 1 or 2, maybe 3 occasionally, if you're trying to methylate things and you've got certain things, So it's just basically the precautionary principle, safety. So nobody can come back to me and say, well, you gave me this advice and this happened to me. Well, I didn't. I gave you that's the maximum, because I know from research that that's not going to cause any problems and that you're still going to get benefit. So I have to play it safe as well. But there's a lot of things that are out there that are stated as being truths, but do we have really robust, strong evidence? No, we don't. So I can't put my hand on my heart and say, if you're gonna take over 4, it's gonna kill you or do something really harmful to you. No, I can't say that. Now, some people may react. Some people basically may be able to, like me. I've actually tested myself, and I actually did for a couple of weeks about 5 or 6 grams, and it didn't seem to cause me any issue. So, and actually, I think it was 10 days I did about 6 grams. So 0 issue whatsoever. But then I'm one of those people that can't endogenously, I have to get it from the diet. And so I may be able to tolerate far more. So that I may just be one of those outliers at the other end compared to the Han Chinese. So we've got to be very careful what we recommend based on efficacy as well, not to put anyone at risk. And you're still going to get benefit at 2 or 3 grams. So, and usually I just say to people, take 2 grams, you're eating some eggs, you're getting some choline from the meat as well. You're probably going to get around 3.5. I usually encourage people that have got cancer to go up to 4. If you've seen my TMAO video, how it actually helps not promote cancer, but inhibit it, work against it, you'll understand what I say if you've seen that video. It's in the playlist of cancer. You'll find that as well. So, so it depends on the people. It depends on what the circumstances are. I'm not going to recommend the same thing to everyone as a blanket thing. So for the general population, 1 or 2, fine. For people with specific conditions, I may recommend more, and I'll do that generally privately, as you can understand. Yes, I need to keep my dear sacred overlords of the Google YouTuber mafia happy. Remember that, kiddies. Otherwise, Mr. Google will spank you, or me, for being bad. Anyway, Joey, I'm about a year into strict carnivore. No indiscretions. My French testosterone or to cortisol results are very unfavorable. Any thoughts? Could be blue light. What's your blue light exposure like? If you're, these are to protect me from blue light exposure at night so I can get better sleep. Your sleep has an effect. Also, if you're exercising quite a bit, you can actually lower your free testosterone because you're actually utilizing it. It's like if you're fighting off a virus, your LDL-C drops because you're using LDL to cholesterol is used by the immune system. So, my LDL-C dropped, but I feel lousy. Well, it's because, my arachidonic, I feel lousy. My arachidonic acid levels dropped. Well, again, it's being used by the immune system. It's being used to deal with the problem that you've got, the inflammation or the, so that's usually things like that. And cortisol can go up from too much exercise as well. And not enough recovery. If you're not recovering enough, that can affect cortisol levels as well. Also, other things are the key one that I find most people ignore completely at their own peril. Some people are more sensitive than others to blue light. I tend to be. I used to run much higher cortisol levels. And even though I fixed up my diet, I took all these supplements, I used to, because I used to have the alopecia. Now you can see my hair is really thick. But back then, I used to have, this whole middle part, was quite bad in terms of alopecia. It was obvious, people could see it. And I do have genetics for balding and alopecia. So let's cover that as well. I do. So the diet is counteracting a lot of that, my own genetics, which is great. Plus the supplements that I take, taurine, those sort of the sulfur supplements. But a very important thing, Joey, blue light exposure. Some people are very sensitive, like I am, and my cortisol and stress levels go up. That's why at night, keep these on, and I take about 4 grams. Even before I started here, I took about 4 grams. And I can tell you, even 4 grams, other people would, about 44% to 50 odd % people get drowsy when they take too much at night. I don't, which means that if I wasn't taking that, I'd have higher cortisol and worse sleep. So by taking that, because I'm just one of those people that really are sensitive to blue light, it's one of those things. Yes, George, sulfur genetic. Some people are. You can use choline to methylate away excess sulfur. Anyway, so these are the sort of things. Sometimes it can also be there can be other issues as well, like vitamin D and magnesium deficiencies can also cause issues with sulfur metabolism. So that's another possibility. But in most cases, I find it's usually genetics, because most people now in the carnivore space and all that tend to approach things in a very smart way. So yeah. Anyway, get some of these, Joey, and try and improve your sleep. Dr. Peter Osborne on YouTube mentioned that there are bacteria that can break down oxalates. Yes, there are, in a balanced, healthy gut called oxalate bacteria. Yeah, they usually some of the lactobacillus and some of the bifidobacteria. Never heard anyone talk about these. What do you know? Yeah, I've talked about them before on live streams. Yeah, some of the lactobacillus strains and some of the bifidobacteria strains. And the reason why we're having more oxalate issues now, and also a number of other issues as well, health-related issues, which is gut dysbiosis and all these sort of things that people are having since COVID turned up, because COVID knocks a lot of these out of the system. So what happens is COVID seems to basically attack, infect the virus, that is, infect these bifidobacterial strains and reduces them in the body. And this is another thing that's causing a lot of these problems. So yeah, we need to basically use certain methods to suppress the virus, like ivermectin, other things like that, to try and reduce the effect that it's having on these. So yeah, if you lose these bacterial strains or have them severely depleted, you're more vulnerable to oxalates, because even normal metabolism produces some sort of oxalic acid, and it gets excreted via the bile. So your gallbladder, it gets rid of it. But if you don't have these bacteria then to break it all down and goodbye, it could be reabsorbed through the colon. That's a problem for a number of people. So these are sort of issues. Yeah, he's right about the issue that a number of people, because of dysbiosis and bacteria and all that. I don't really know the person, and I haven't seen any of this stuff. I may have seen some of his stuff. I think I may have seen some of his stuff. I'm not sure who it is. Let me just take a look, whether I know the person or not. Let me just Google the name. because it sounds familiar, but then again, could be that singer. You know what I mean? Let's see if I know this person or not. No. I've just gone to his YouTube channel. No. No, don't know him. What's his sort of take? Nah, never seen him. Never seen him, mate. Is he a naturopath or something? Because, yeah, I don't know him. Yeah, but I agree with him if he's saying that there are certain bacteria that are involved in breaking down oxalates. Yes, there are. You know, the problem is normal metabolism and you're producing some oxalic acid. That's fine. Those bacteria can deal with it. The body can excrete through the kidneys and stuff like that, small amounts from just normal metabolism. The problem is the excess amount you'll get from things like spinach, which is just massive. Our bodies can deal with up to about 50 milligrams. Most animal foods have next to zilch in terms of that. G'day, Lukey. Have next to zilch in terms of that. So you must be getting ready for work, I suspect, mate. Early. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. Oh, off to training. Okay, you got a day off. Anyway, enjoy your training. So yeah, so I'd say I don't know enough about this guy or what he's actually, but I do agree with him that yeah, there is, and I've talked about it in the past. This sort of stuff. But yeah, the big one that's actually causing a lot of issues currently that I find, usually a number of people in the carnivore space that are having oxalate issues after they've had COVID and severe oxalate issues. And it's usually because they don't have these bacteria anymore. So they have to actually then, there's a number of supplements they can use and all that. I'm going to make a video and covering some of that sort of stuff. I just haven't got around doing it yet. So I will cover it. Anyway, Thomas Sirius said cancer cells can use glutamine. Yes, they can. They can use anything. Therefore, we must eat low protein. That's bullshit. I've already covered that. I've done a video covering that in my cancer stuff. I've got people that are on cancer that are basically on a carnivore diet and they're reversing their cancer. Glutamate is just a fuel like anything. If you've got reverse Krebs cycle, you would drag in more glutamate and produce more lactate. You'll take glucose, you'll take protein, you'll take anything and convert it into lactate. Even fatty acids can be used by cancer cells. And there are some cancers that can even use ketones. Yes, there are. So just because Thomas isn't aware of the literature, there are some, and Ron Rosdale actually covers it in one of his videos. The exact, I probably should do a video covering and just say, look, these cancers can actually use ketone bodies. So it's not, so really, the reality is that every single bloody thing can use. Normal cells need this sort of stuff. I mean, right down at the bottom of the Krebs cycle coming into it is glutamate. There's a receptor. It's not there by accident. We need things because remember the mitochondria also, the Krebs cycle is also involved in the production of proteins as well. Certain amino acids that the body requires that can be synthesized and other things like that. So the energy is being used for a lot of different things in the body. we view the Krebs cycle as this rounded thing. It's really, just think of it, that and all these connections to different parts within the mitochondria and different mechanisms within back into the cell and whatever else. There's just all these connections. We just can't show them like that. That's why we show them in the form we do. Right into the electron chain, there's all these different parts of that Krebs cycle actually connect directly into parts of the Krebs cycle as well, into the complexes. So, you know, it's a bit more complicated. We showed it in a more simplistic form. You cannot, because remember, glutamate, stuff like that is part of collagen structures. If you don't feed your body enough protein, what will the body do? It will break down tissue. What's the biggest problem that people who are sick suffer? They suffer basically sarcopenia and, and basically wasting away. That's not the good. It usually kills them because some of these protein structures also required, amino acids also required for the immune system. So if you don't eat enough protein, your immune system is going to be weaker. Your immune system is the thing that actually fights off cancer. It's just because we've created too much cancer and overwhelmed the immune system, it can't fight as well. But if we heal the immune system and strengthen the immune system with taurine, vitamin D, we bring up our levels. Why do you think vitamin D is associated with cancer as an anti-cancer? It's not accidental. People that have got higher vitamin D levels tend to have better outcomes. That's not accidental. Again, because it's supporting the immune system. Taurine, eating more animal foods, you get more taurine. What does taurine do? It reduces immunosenescence. So it reduces the senescence of the immune system. Each time the immune system goes out there, kills a cancer cell or a virus or whatever, it undergoes some damage in attacking these things. Well, something needs to basically heal it. The upregulation of intracellular antioxidants like glutathione, superoxide dismutase, catalase, they help. And taurine actually upregulates these as well and regulates them. There you go with a carny diet. So it is absolute nonsense, all this sort of stuff. And Thomas doesn't understand. He understands that it is a mitochondrial problem. Yes, it is. But he doesn't understand it's a deuterium problem fundamentally. It's an energy thing. It's not that mitochondria are damaged. It's the electron chain is not working properly, and the nanomotors that are producing ATP have been damaged by deuterium. When you lower the deuterium level and then you use taurine and melatonin, you can actually slowly heal those mitochondria. And when you heal those mitochondria, the electron chain, the energy restores. Guess what happens? Those oncogenes get down-regulated. So the genes do happen as well, because the genes are trying to work out new methods of trying to maintain the actual cell, because now it's not part of the soma, part of the body. So it's trying to find ways of actually adapting to the new environment. And that's what all these upregulation, that's why the oncogenes are so different. And that's why the other crackpots at the other end that are talking about, oh, it's all about oncogenes. No, it's not. That is due to signaling where the mitochondria say, look, mate, we've just had all these high deuterium foods from you for years. We've had all these high amounts of neutrons. We love the protons and we love the electrons. But when you give us a lot of neutrons from deuterium, because that's H2 hydrogen, not the H1, which only has a proton that goes through the nanomotor, spins it up to 6 to 9,000 RPM and produces ATP energy for the body to heal itself and do everything else. When in all those folds you have all these electron chains and you damage each one of those and you reduce them and diminish them, and that mitochondria then only has 1 or 2 electron chains left, can't produce enough ATP. And if it can't produce enough ATP, those little organelles, those little mitochondria move through the cytosol inside the cell, going to different parts of the cell, providing ATP energy so it can actually do things and heal things. But if it can't produce that energy, you know what it does? It sends a signal to the actual cell and goes, look, sorry, mate, I cannot supply you with ATP. And the the nucleus goes, oh, shit, I'm going to play all these programs, these primitive programs before oxygen existed on the planet, before the great oxygenation, well, Holocaust for 90+% of species at the time who weren't adapted to oxygen. A very small amount survived, and then they thrived. But at that stage, when multicellularity happened, these mechanisms got down-regulated because they were old code. We still have that code in us. If you take a look at an animal when it actually, when it's early, it'll actually go through all its different evolutionary steps, and actually will, as it's inside gestating and changing, you'll get a tail that emerges, then it will contract. It goes through all these programs, the steps, that the sort of the lineage, so to speak. So that actually happens. What is that telling you? That's telling you it's running all these old programs, but then turning them off at the different stages of over those initial months, and then the 9 months. It's mostly the Homo sapiens sapien genes that are the ones that actually then complete the actual baby. So that tells you quite clearly that there is programming that is basically, and there's a communication between the cell nucleus and the mitochondria. And one is saying, I can't provide the energy you need. So it goes, oh, I've got an old program I can run that I don't need to use oxygen to produce energy. I put the Krebs cycle into reverse, drag deuterium in, drag glutamate in and all that, and I start producing shitloads of lactate. People go, oh, lactic acid. It's lactate, you twats. And lactate can be converted, go back to the liver, get converted to glucose, voila, there's your energy. So you can't stop energy. If you deny cancer cells the energy, you know what they'll do? They'll go metastatic. They'll start invading to try and grab resources. You don't want that. Bad idea. Let's starve the cancer cells. No, we don't want them growing rapidly to try and survive. Bad strategy. This is what I'm saying. He understands that it's a mitochondrial issue, but he doesn't understand why, and doesn't understand this communication. So his theoretical understanding is, again, due to reductionist science, it's narrowly, he did the experiments. He took basically the nucleus of a cancer cell, put it in a cell with good mitochondria, nothing. Took the mitochondria that were damaged from deuterium, he should have checked that, and then basically put them into a normal cell, and that cell became cancerous. Voila. Why wouldn't it be? It sent a signal back and said, we as mitochondria, my dear nucleus, cannot provide you the energy you need. So you need to run your old program. And that's exactly what it does. So, it's exactly what it's supposed to do for its own survival as a cell. So it's just nonsense. He's a good guy. He's trying to do the right thing, but he's missing a lot of things. Then Laszlo, on the other hand, from the UCLA, he understands deuterium from the Russian research and how that damages the mitochondria, and then the cascading effect of the communication between the mitochondria, the signaling, and the cell. And the cell itself realizes, it's going to have to use these old glycolytic pathways. So it elongates these long 22 long fatty acids around its nucleus to protect itself from all the highly glycating factors and the high level of reactive oxygen species being produced while producing lactate. But it's getting the energy that it needs to survive. It may not be a lot, but it gets it. Now, if you suppress it even more, what is it going to do to survive? It's going to become invasive. It's going to go metastatic. Not a good strategy. So what do we want to do? We want to do something which is intelligent. We want to stop the continued damage. So we want to use taurine, because what does taurine do? It inhibits the ability for the Krebs cycle to produce lactate. It forces it the other way. It inhibits reverse Krebs cycle. So it starts forcing it down to produce ATP. So that's one thing, even though it can't, because it's damaged, it can only produce very little. But it's still forcing it down there and producing metabolic water, but it's, you know, it's not basically producing everything that it needs. It's a problem. Yes, it is. You get a bit of water logging that actually happens, but this is the important. Then you're putting in the taurine, which is amplifying, as long as you keep the blue light away in the evening, you're amplifying melatonin. And taurine can actually heal and help regulate the intracellular antioxidants to heal part of the electron chain. A lot of the nanomotors, a lot of that is done primarily from melatonin. Because the mitochondria can produce their own melatonin. So not only the pineal gland, it's also the actual mitochondria themselves. And it's to heal the actual electron chains. And as these heal, the cell then gets a signal, I can provide you ATP, master cell, my lord. And guess what the Lord says? I don't need to run this old, very, messy, with high reactive oxygen species, so it really smells. And we stop that, and we downregulate oncogenes. And then the cell moves to senescence. And then you keep your immune system strong to kill those senescent cells off. Taurine also can actually tell senescent cells to go apoptotic and goodbye in that regard. And on the other hand, we use senolytics, Visatin, and we amplify them to 680%. There's information on how to do that in those videos. That's a strategy we use to reverse cancer, to inhibit cancer, and to slowly strengthen the body and all that. The last thing we want to do is starve it from protein. Absolute nonsense it is. And most of my people are still around that have got cancer and are still doing carnivore and maintaining good body mass. And leucine only drives muscle growth. It doesn't, you need glucose to drive what is called, if you want to drive in the fat cells or in certain other cells, you want to drive, for instance, mTOR, you need glucose. Protein only drives in the bones, and it's selective, where protein, it binds to those selectively. And so does taurine in the bones, and that's why it's really good for bone growth. So that's why my father has such strong bones. At 88, got knocked, thrown, and still survived. He was in a lot of, let's say, pain with a lot, blue on the side, from a lot of severe bruising, but not a fracture in sight, let alone a broken bone. So, yeah, I don't buy all this. These are reductionist researchers. They need to get out of the lab, get a girlfriend, live a bit of their life. Maybe that they'll see more of the world. When you're more traveled and you see all sorts of things, you can do things more than one way. You start being able to see the world more wider rather than in the reductionist way that they study and research, and they get fixated. Oh, I found a pathway. I found something that actually does this. Yeah, fine. It's like Laszlo's, they use deuterium depleted water. Voila, fantastic. Who gives a shit? Deuterium depleted water is good. It lowers the level of deuterium in the system. It reduces any more damage. But you haven't fixed the mitochondria, have you? You need the melatonin side, and you need the taurine side and good sleep and stuff like that. They're missing that part. And all they do is they lower the actual, and they're hoping, and slowly some people recover, others don't recover as well. And it works with dogs fantastically. Guess why? And it doesn't work with cats. They don't produce any taurine. Guess what? Dogs produce more taurine than humans endogenously. Got it? There's the secret that Laszlo's missing. The deuterium people are missing. So that's the difference between me and them. I'm not reductionist. I'm trying to see all the relationships and the connections. And so that's why I come up with solutions basically because I come from an engineering background, we love solutions. We're not interested in theorizing. How do these things work? That's what I'm interested in. And how do these, if this interacts with that, what result am I going to get? That interests me. And that's the way of actually thinking like an engineer. If more of these researchers thought like engineers, they'd probably come up with really radical solutions, much better than the shit that they come up with. Anyway, yeah, I've had my debunk and my rant. I don't even need to make a video. I can just debunk them like that. Anyway, why secondary bile is produced in the colon where no meat or even meant to arrive. You can end up with secondary bile because of malabsorption. That's a different thing. That's the FXR sort of pathway where milk thistle helps. You can actually end up, and there it can be a problem. You're only, like most of it, you're supposed to recycle at the bottom of the small intestine. The majority has to be recycled, about 90%, and only a small fraction goes into the colon and gets pooped out. If there's more, then that can be a problem in terms of affecting the gut microbiome in the colon. So yeah, that's enough, because it cleanse the small intestine of any and prevents any bacterial overgrowth. So it's not a good thing getting into the colon in large amounts. It can actually create dysbiosis in there. And that usually means because there's a gallbladder liver issue that needs to be fixed for that to fix, so to speak. Anyway, any idea how to resolve tense, tight muscles around trapezoid neck? Well, it's not my expertise, this sort of thing. I was hoping that for the sort of the sports physiology sort of stuff and all that usually Bart covers a lot of that, and I was hoping that Jonathan would be on to sort of cover those sort of things. I mean, look, taurine helps, some type of liposomal magnesium. Sometimes people don't absorb a magnesium very well. They can get a liposomal. So that's another option to sort of help with that sort of stuff. Usually if they're getting enough taurine, they should be regulating the ions enough. And that should be helping. If you're exercising too much and you're not resting enough, you can actually cause yourself more injuries than it's worth it. So these are the sort of general things. But some of the techniques, if Jonathan gets back up, I'll put it back up and just ask him about techniques that he uses to deal with that. I'm not, I do once a week lifting weights. That's it. I'm not a professional bodybuilder. So, when it comes to a lot of this, and I don't suffer these things for me to have looked into them in any deep way. Sports physiologists tend to understand these things more because they deal with athletes all the time and they have these things. So Jonathan's pretty good at that. So I would tend to ask him. So if he's here, if he comes here, I'll put that question up for him. Anyway, cancer can and will try to use every energy substrate. Exactly, Joe. Exactly. It'll use anything that it can. Yeah. People are shocked when I actually tell them that, especially in the low carb community, when they hear that you can use fat and you can use, in some cancers, can even use ketos. They go, what? Yep. And it shocks them, And if you suppress them, they're going to just invasively move into and grab other resources from other tissue, because they can use practically anything and just shove it down and just process it through and utilize it in reverse Krebs cycle. They love going through certain tissue that has, and most tissue, if somebody's cancerous, they usually have high deuterium, and they can use deuterium as a growth factor. It's the reason why the mother will actually give the child a lot of deuterium for that growth in that regard. Because the child, remember, does the remaining growth outside the mother, not inside, because of the brain size. See, most other animals don't have this. So most other animals, they will give the child more internally when it's inside them. And then when they pop it out, it'll just, the milk won't have, it usually has much lower deuterium. It's lower, milk is lower than even sugar or anything like that. So that's not a problem. But the milk in mother's milk, and this is why I say, gentlemen out there, please don't breastfeed. You're too old for it. And pretty much, I remember seeing a bodybuilder saying that he's got girlfriends that are pregnant or single mothers. He uses them for breast milk, for growth factor. I know, crazy things people do. But anyway, let's move on from these crazies. Yeah, so yeah, they can use anything, and so it's really the deuterium levels and the primary secondary oxidative products, the high levels of aldehydes. These are the things that get inside the cells, the mitochondria, and they do damage, and we need to minimize these things. And the more we minimize these things, then the more we can heal. Anyway, bought 10 kilograms of cheap whey protein powder at the start of C19. Should I just throw it out because of the high deuterium? Nah. Let me just cover it. Now, there is, because it's processed, compared to regular protein, it will have slightly higher deuterium, but it's not an issue. Let me explain. Our bodies use deuterium from protein. Fats usually, we're talking about fats, natural fat. We're not talking about processed stuff. So if you're looking at like sunflower oil or olive oil that's come from a plant, like a plant oil directly, that means you've taken a seed from the sunflower thing and then crushed it and got some oil out of it. It hasn't gone through a factory and got some. That will be about 130 parts per million. And the PUFA part can be down to 102 parts per million. All PUFA is very low in deuterium. All of it, even omega-3. Omega-3s are about 102 parts per million. Anyway, so fish oil. Now, 100 to 130, 115 is a safe zone. All grass-fed meat is 115. Interesting, boys and girls. Right smack in the middle of the safe zone. And bacon is the actual lowest out of all the actual meats at 113, even lower than pork, foraging pork, which is 115, and non-foraging pork, which can be about 120, plus grain-fed animals can be 122, something like that, like beef, but still safe zone. Same thing with a lot of dairy stuff, about 120, can be slightly lower, 117 or 19 if it's grass-fed. So yeah, still in the safe zone. And the protein part, now we don't oxidize protein, remember? We're using the glycerol backbone of fatty acids, and we're also using, fats themselves. That should be our primary fuel. Our body only, when it runs out of glycogen storage and fat storage, that's when we're starving. We start using protein to produce pretty much all the other stuff. So the glycerol backbone is actually the lowest sugar molecule in terms of deuterium content. So it's in the safe zone. It can vary a bit depending on the fatty acid that it's attached to, the triglyceride sort of combination, but it's in the safe zone. So the gluconeogenic precursor from when you actually got good ketones, you're actually going to be producing more glucose from low deuterium sources from the glycerol backbone of fatty acid of the triglycerides. Now, if you use them from amino acids, they can vary in the amount of deuterium each amino acid has. From the 140 odd to it can be anywhere from 134 to 142. So they vary quite a bit, but most of that amino acid you'll never use for energy. Very little will you use for energy. If you use, it'll be for a small amount of glucose. The like alanine is the major one, and that tends to be on the lower side of deuterium, so it's less of an issue. So even the sugar produced from that is still going to be much lower than sugar. Sugar is about 150 odd. So most sugar is 150 odd. The only glucose that is lower is in the 140 range, 142, and some of those things are in the 130s. This is glucose from plants, is from legumes. Legumes, for some reason, the way they've actually been produced, have the lowest deuterium level of all plants. So not as good as fats, but a hell of a lot better than all the other sugars coming from all the other sources of carbohydrates. So legumes, maybe, when we look at these societies, like in the Mediterranean, where they had beans and they actually prepared them for weeks, like my father put his beans in for a whole week, soaking them. I know people don't do it nowadays, but that's what traditionally you do to get rid of the anti-nutrients. They become very soft and they break. That's breaking all those anti-nutrients in it. The consequence of that is then you're getting a much lower deuterium sugar. So obviously people are doing beans and stuff like that, and they're getting primarily their carbohydrate from that. It's going to be much lower in deuterium than the other sugars. So that may be a reason why they sustain less mitochondrial damage and still can live, because they're not engaging the Randall cycle, or live relatively into a much older age than some other people. So, food for thought. But it's not optimal in terms of musculoskeletal. So when these people do suffer any injury or whatever, they die very quickly because they are vulnerable on the musculoskeletal side. So I would rather have the low deuterium animal foods and have the strong musculoskeletal to be able to be more of a survivor and be more robust. So, yeah. So in that sense, I would not throw it out, because it's only going to be about 2 or 3 parts per million above most of them. So you, rather than being in the 130 odd or the low 140s, it'll be 144, around there and all that. But remember, it's not used for energy. It's going to be used primarily for structural material. And bones and muscles, in particular bones and ligaments, they require more deuterium. Yes, they do. In the 140 to 150 range, they do. So it's where the deuterium goes. So we need deuterium in the bones a lot more. Bones are very high in deuterium. That's why they have great rigidity. Deuterium creates rigidity. But if you've got too much, you know why people get, stiffness as they get older? Too much deuterium. Too many of the collagen in the body has too much deuterium in it, and it creates stiffness. It's great if you're an albatross or, one of those big birds. Fantastic if you're one of those. You need really stiff, strong bones which have got more deuterium in them to create this rigidity, of those, basically, because in those structures, you're going to have a number of the hydrogens in those around the backbones of those carbon backbones and all that. Well, if you, depending on the type of composition of those hydrogens, they will have greater force because of the force, because they're slightly bigger and heavier. They double the actual isotopic weight of the others, and that extra isotopic weight tends to have a bit like the attractiveness of one thing has an attractiveness on other things. Everything around us and every molecule has a gravitation or gravitational interaction, or these interactions create different the way things bind together. They have stronger bonds or weaker bonds. What deuterium provides is, for collagen structure, stronger bonds. And that's good for certain things like bones. You definitely want that. You don't want bones that are, I mean, you'll just fall over and just, or be a vagoon and just snap one. So you need certain rigidity, you need certain things, but not too much. So it's a balance. And the animal foods tend to provide that really nice balance in that regard. Now, if you're using just some supplementation, you're not going to get a horrendous amount as long as you're eating fats. And I would say if you're actually, I know it's absolute out there. If I talk to people in the bro science or whatever, it would be absolute heresy for me to say, when you consume this, make sure you eat a bit of bacon with it, because it's much lower in deuterium and it sort of balances everything out. So don't throw it out. You can still use it. Use it with bacon. Have a smoothie and a bit of bacon with eggs. Yes, an interesting video for some of you to check out. Yes. What was the other one? That one was further up here, wasn't it? I didn't highlight it. Where was the other one? Or is it further down? Oh, well. You know where it is. It's somewhere in the chat. Anyway, Giorgio. Why is it every time I supplement, I smell so damn? Yes, you've got one of those sulfur issues. You're like Bart K. He has to have small amounts, and because happens exactly. You've got some of those genetics. You can't clear out sulfur very well. It's just one of those things, So just keep that in mind. Yes. So that's basically the issue. You can take choline supplementation or spread out the taurine in order to basically have less of that effect. Yeah, I know anybody that's got a sensitivity to eggs tends to have this same problem. Yeah, so choline can help because it can methylate excess sulfur. Because when you take a certain amount in your cells, and if the cells have got enough, what they're going to do is they're just going to put the rest in the bloodstream, and it's going to be pushed out. It has to go somewhere, and it has to be excreted. So if it's not used, but some of us have also the absorption is much harder to absorb properly, and sometimes we need a bit extra to methylate. Sometimes there can be one other case. There is a rare case. Well, it's not very rare, but some people do have it. It's a small number of people. They have certain types of bacteria. I can't remember the exact family of bacteria. I think it may be part of the Firmicutes family, but I can't remember the exact strains. It does happen on people that do vegan diets. They tend to grow more of these bacteria on plants, and they tend to produce this problem as well, because they tend to consume the taurine. Normally when there's bifidobacteria around and lactobacillus, it suppresses these little buggers, keeps them under control, and they do less problem. They cause less problems, but they also cause problems with eggs and, well, it seems with any sulfur coming from things like garlic or whatever, onions. So it sucks. I know. Just letting you know. Ευχαριστώ για τα ελληνικά, Χάρη. Να είσαι πάντα καλά. Ευχαριστώ. Παρακαλώ. Εγώ αγρινιώτης είμαι. Ο πατέρας μου από το Αγρίνιο. Καλά, ο πατέρας μου από το Ψελόβρα που είναι πάνω στα βουνά ψηλά, πάνω που είναι τα έργα του Χελό, που είναι τα φράγματα. Από εκεί πάνω είναι ο πατέρας μου. Και η μάνα μου είναι από τους Παπαδάτες, αλλά η οικογένειά της από πίσω, από τα αρχαία χρόνια, είναι από το Θέρμο, στο τέρμα πάνω στα βουνά κι αυτοί. Γι' αυτό έχω κληρονομήσει γονίδια που έχουν να κάνουν με ανθρώπους που ζούσαν στα βουνά, που είχαν πρόβατα, κατσίκια, τέτοια πράγματα, εποχιακά διάφορα φρούτα, δεν ήταν τίποτα άλλο. Αφού και η γιαγιά μου καταναλώσει, κυρίως είχαν κάτι γορονάκια και παράγανε, κατάλαβες. Anyway, χάρηκα. just a bit of Greek. Yes, I did go to high school in Greece, so I do know how to, and I did learn both. In Greece, they have junior and senior high. They don't have like 3 years and 3 years. So it's all called high school. It's just junior and senior high. Harry gone mad. Nathan. Is citric acid capable of dissolving all the types of kidney stones or just the oxalate stones? It seems to be pretty good with most of them, so it's helpful. This is all gallbladder stones as well, pretty much. A lot of the malic acid is also pretty good as well, so that helps. Some people can't tolerate citric acid, so I say you can always use malic acid. Malic acid is the same stuff you get. It is produced by other things, and even in the body can produce some, but at the same time you can also get it in a supplemental form, which probably the plant that has the most of it is the old tarted sort of apples. They have a lot of malic acid, not the sweet ones, the tarted ones, the old fashioned ones and all that, the ones that people don't like eating because they're too sour, and they don't have a lot, so obviously they have to make it as a supplement in a factory, because probably the only other source of malic acid, a good source, would be apple cider vinegar, in that regard. So what is the role of small amounts of oxalate produced by the body? Well, it's just a byproduct of metabolism, so that's all it is. I'll do a video one of these days and I'll just cover it, but you can actually Google it and actually just see all the enzymatic pathways. I just don't, off the top of my head, I can't remember all the enzymes that are involved. So, but if you Google it, you'll actually just see it'll give you a reductionist explanation, Dave, of the different enzymes that are involved in producing it. Anyway, E. Berg actually recommended taurine against tinnitus. Yes, I've used it as well. I used to have tinnitus as well, and I've talked about it before. I think I've got a video on tinnitus as well. I do. Yes, I do. It's good that it's getting around and people are talking about tinnitus as well. Let's see if I can find it. Oops. Anyway, this was 2 years ago. So there's that video that I actually did about 2 years ago, covering, discussing the literature and what it actually says and what it doesn't say. I think it was about close to 70% improvement in the rats. Now, I took for my heart fibrosis, I was taking about quite a lot, as you know. So I was taking about 20 grams. I'm not recommending, I can't recommend anything over 10. I'm not allowed, because there is no human experiments above 10. So I can only say 10. I used 20. I use 20. I'm not recommending, to break down fibrosis in my heart and lungs and stuff like that. And as a side issue, my tinnitus went away because I had mild tinnitus, not severe, mild. And it's just tinnitus. Some people call it tinnitus. Some people call it tinnitus, however you want to call it. And pretty much, remember, I'm dyslexic, so I have problems with pronouncing things due to my dyslexia. Apparently it makes me smarter. Apparently. That's what they say. Anyway, but yeah, I'd say that, yeah, but said to take it apart from meal in order not to hinder the absorption. So some truth to that. Is there some truth to that? I always take it with food. I don't think there's any truth with that. I take it with food or without food. At the end of the day, if you're eating seafood and you're getting taurine, you're getting it in the food matrix, aren't you? It gets broken down in your stomach. It gets absorbed. I would say to him, show me a study showing at the enteric wall a sensor that can pick up the amount of taurine going in or radioactively labeled to show me that it actually absorbs less or better or whatever. Now, does it absorb faster into the body if you're not having food? Yes, it does. That's just truth. It does. So it will actually rapidly be taken in. And this is when people are athletes. I usually say take that an hour to 90 minutes before exercising so you can actually last longer, because it protects the muscles from, it also inhibits lactic acid or lactate, to be more precise, lactate production, and also protects the muscles to allow you to exercise longer. So yes, so that's definitely something that can be done in that regard. I noticed Ness Ra went, oh, you know what the rats were on for the tinnitus? Equivalent to humans of a 70 kilo, 154 pound human. They were on the equivalent of 30 grams per day, the little rats. So, yeah. So maybe the rats can handle or taurine. I don't know. Super rats. That's all I can say. I take my hat off to the rats of this world. Anyway, so you can, but it's not going to basically hinder the absorption. It's just going to slow it down how quick it gets in. That's the only difference. Now, he could have one valid argument. I can think right now that if you've got those bacteria that actually, you've got less bifidobacteria, you've got some of those pathogenics that have grown a bit more, and now they are consuming some of the taurine. If you can get it through the system faster, then there'll be less left for them. So that could be a strategy, and he could be right in that regard, but not in regards to say that you can't absorb, it'll hinder the absorption. No, unless you're taking plants and stuff like that. And fiber can actually, create a barrier in the intestine and inhibit the absorption of a lot of things. And remember, he does promote fiber-rich foods, so that can be a problem. So, but if you're having a clean carnivore diet, it's not going to be a problem whatsoever, because you're only taking in fatty acids, amino acids, and that's just a sulfur amino acid. They'll all go together in, not a problem. It's just that the resident time in the gut may be a bit longer, and that potentially, not sure about this, potentially, it may be open to some of these gut bacteria. That's a potential. But unless you've got research to back that up, that's just a speculation. And he should say it. I don't mind if people say something, but they should actually make it clear that it is speculative from their side and they don't have any research. Whatever I show, I always put the research up and I show it and I extrapolate from research, but I never just say things. You know me. Anyway, You've seen my ship so many times. Why should one not get into the sun for a long time when having a fever? Shouldn't get into the sun. Actually, I would think it'd be a good thing to get into the sun. The sun has a lot of benefits, let alone the vitamin D, but also the red spectrum, those near infrared frequencies have a lot of benefit, and also the UVA has a lot of benefit, health benefits. This is why, it improves the immune system and improves a lot of things in the body. It's the reason why people were, the old hospitals used to be wheeled out at lunchtime into the sun to get sunlight, natural sunlight, So that was the old-fashioned medicine, which was supplements and the sun. Nowadays, it's drugs and more drugs and a bit of cutting and stitching. It's a very different art form, So, and we know that near-infrared light has healing properties and actually provides additional energy through cytochrome C in the mitochondria. So if we want to become technical about it, this is the Jack Kruse stuff about energy and being able to extract additional, like 30% more energy. Remember, the younger you are, you can produce more energy. You've got greater mitochondrial density. So more energy, what does it mean? More healing. So that's where the healing part comes from, and that's the cytochrome C in the mitochondria and the electron chain that basically you're getting that additional, and that's got a heme ion in the middle of it. Just for those vagoons out there, it's got a heme ion, you little vagoons. And put that up your crack. And pretty much, yes, it can be useful. I think the sun is beautiful. People should get out, should synchronize their circadian clocks with the sun. When the sun's going down, get out there. It's night, get ready for sleep, Harry, little boy, and things like that. In the morning, get up. Oh, I see, I get my cortisol boost. I get a bit of free fatty acid, a bit of glucose being generated to make me stronger and get out there. So yes, sun is very important, and it helps with a lot of things. It's going to improve your mood, your mental state, a lot of things. It's not just the diet, guys. These guys are earthing themselves, pulling up electrons. What's an antioxidant? It's a bloody electron. So if you're walking barefoot, you're pulling up electrons. So any oxidative stress, even the small amount you produce just by normal living, and some of the oxidative stress from the environment, like some of the UVB or whatever, well, those are, knocks out an electron. Along comes another electron from the ground, and so what do we say? Sometimes we say we're proton heavy. So why are we proton heavy? Because we don't have enough electrons. Electrons are being, scavenged and end up being used as to donate to stabilize tissue. So, you get the electron chain or the redox potential, the NAD. You can shove in as much NAD as you want in there, supplemental wise, but if, those enzymes are not working properly, the NAD enzymes to move the electrons across, so you don't have enough, it's not going to work as efficiently. It's like trying to shove down things, but the motor is not going as well because it doesn't have the other stuff. So it's a lot of moving parts working synergistically together. So obviously, these things can help. So lifestyle does play a role. Sorry to bust people's bubbles that want to stay indoors and play computer games all day, but there are consequences of doing that. So yes, get out in the sun, earth yourself on Mother Earth, enjoy, wrap yourself with electrons, or stick a spike outside your window and copper wire right back to your foot, wrap it around and sleep with that to get some free electrons. They're free. You don't even have to pay for them. I go out and buy contraindicated vitamin C and end up with more oxalate. What a good idea. You know, yes, can be a problem. You don't need much. If you've got upregulated glutathione, the intracellular antioxidants, what do? It because it's these big electron donors, they give electrons back to vitamin E and to vitamin C and stabilize them so they can do their job, recycles them in a sense. So the wonderful carny body. Anyway, your first video ever covered chromium. Do you have videos about molybdenum? No, I've talked about it. I think there may be. I think there may be one of the clips. I'm not sure. You know, the Serpanos clips. So if you go down to on my major page, you'll find the clips, and I think there's one there that covers molybdenum. I think I did it on a live stream, and it got clipped, but I don't remember which one. It's an old live stream, so it's a while back. I think. Can't remember. Don't hold me to it, Pavel. Whatever you do. At 57, you know, you gotta excuse the memory. Here's Scotty. Yeah, it actually, you're right, Scotty. It actually may be the selenium video, the seafood one. That's basically how selenium and the ratios and which seafood to eat and which not to eat, because they will basically play a role. Thanks, Scotty, for reminding me. The selenide that can actually chelate mercury and other heavy metals and take them out. And I think it may actually cover that point. I think you're right. It may. Can't remember. So yeah, that's an early one as well. I think 3 years ago as well. It's one of the old. If you do mercury or selenium and Harry Serpanos, you should find that video. Unless Scotty would love to put it on in the chat box, I would appreciate that. Yep. Why is pasteurized milk so bad when cooking of meat is not? I mean, it's just like cooking for a short time too, isn't it? Oh, look, the cooking isn't the problem. I have no problems with pasteurization. It's not going to cause any problems to the fats. It's not going to cause any problems to the proteins. That's all nonsense. You know, people used to warm milk up at home. You know, that's just nonsense. What it does is it actually, depending on the level of pasteurization, it more or less eliminates completely vitamin C and reduces the micronutrients, in particular the vitamins, like the B vitamins are reduced. That's what pasteurization does. And also lactoferrin, you know, interferon is part of, you know, the immune system, you know, so lactoferrin can support immune function in the gut and in the body. So in the old days, they used to give raw milk to people who had gut problems and other things like that and healed them because the lactoferrin provided support to the immune system inside the gut. Got it? So raw milk has a lot of benefits. So what pasteurization does is it actually removes a lot of that. That's the problem with pasteurization. But in the end, if you only want the macros and a smaller amount of, you're not using it for healing, just for food. Okay, you're getting more micros. You're getting the same amount of macronutrients, but you're getting less micronutrients. That's the only difference. Now, there is one proviso: homogenization. Do not drink homogenized milk, because what it does is it breaks up the fatty acids. Now, even here, it's not as bad as it sounds. The amount of monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fat inside the milk is very small. It's mostly saturated when it comes to dairy products. And so, but some of these fatty acids, thanks, Scotty, some of these fatty acids can be then oxidized. And so it's not a good thing because you've broken the food matrix to a really severe method with pasteurization. It really just breaks all the fatty acid structures. That's the problem. Sorry, with homogenization. So pasteurization, you're only losing micronutrients in terms of vitamins, not minerals. Minerals are not lost, just vitamins. Not even taurine, unless they're actually deliberately go through some other process. That's a different thing. Some companies may put additional water in, do things like that, some naughty things. And it's usually all those highly processed milks. But standard milk that's just been brought in, pasteurized, and then shipped out, and it's full cream, you're only losing micronutrients in terms of vitamins primarily, and the water-soluble vitamins and the lactoferrin, which is useful. You still got a bit of lactoferrin in there, but not as much as you would have from raw milk. So you got more benefits, but it's not gonna, all this other stuff is nonsense that people come up with. I've just got concerns with the homogenization part that I never buy that's the only issue. But even homogenization, if that's all you can afford and you've upregulated, you're healthy, you're upregulated your intracellular antioxidants, then it's not going to be a bigger problem, for the simple reason that your body can electron donate through upregulation of glutathione and all the other intracellular antioxidants like catalase, superoxide dismutase, stuff like that. Even the small amount of vitamin C inside the cell, small amount of the vitamin E that's being recycled by glutathione. So in that sense, I wouldn't really worry at all too much about it, because if that's all people, I'd rather have that than rather going out and eating a bagel or something like that, some crappy starchy food and all that. Oh yes, and that as well, and you're losing the bacteria and the enzymes. Yes, that's true as well. That is definitely it as well. Thanks, Joey, for reminding me that as well. But if that's all you can afford, as I said, I say to people, if that's all you can afford, that's all you can afford. You still, when it comes to proteolytic enzymes, your body still will produce them. So you still get proteolytic enzymes and stuff like that from your own body when you eat and all that. So it's more the beneficial bacteria, the lactobacillus. So it's just, So that's one reason why I do prefer certain raw dairy. So I don't really bother with the milk, but I do get raw cheeses, and those raw cheeses have got a lot of the lactobacillus strains. And I do kefir occasionally. I've got a bit of kefir there growing. Actually, I have to cull it. It's grown too much. I think I may take the other half over to the old man, see if he actually wants to try it. We'll see how he feels about it. What is that? Anyway, not sure what that's doing. My system has been doing some strange things. No way. Anyway, let's get to the next one. Sometimes I eat with the family, friends. I consume some seed oils. You bad boy. Now go outside, do 4 Hail Marys, whip yourself, and then take an image of yourself and just send it to your mum, just for a laugh. I'm joking. Now, I take astaxanthin. So you've learnt my dirty little secret. Well, I've actually told you guys, haven't I? And vitamin E before. anything else I should do to reduce the harmful effects of oils? Not take them. Yeah, look, I personally would not take. I'd try and avoid as much as possible. But if it's on the occasion, and it's going to be probably those two things. That's probably all you need, and taurine to mitigate some of that sort of stuff. But yeah, you're definitely not going to mitigate you're primarily dealing with the aldehydes and the primary and secondary oxidative products, and specifically the aldehydes that can lipid membranes. And so vitamin E doesn't have enough. Vitamin E is more there to basically having an effect of dealing with stored PUFA, which is coming out. That's where I use that primarily, and I've talked about it in the past. For 7 years, you take the vitamin E complex. But if you're actually engaging in appropriate activities, God, some people have fun with other sort of stuff, where you poke things into a hole, that sort of stuff. You do this sort of stuff, both can be dangerous. That's true. Now, probably astaxanthin would be your best bet because it's a major electron donor. And really, when these things go into the body, they really rip things apart and create a lot of oxidation. And astaxanthin is probably the thing. But you take one every 3 days because it stays in the body for about 3 days before it degrades and comes out. So you don't want too much because you get bioaccumulation in the skin. You'll get, skin discoloration and stuff like that. So we don't want to do that. So yeah, stick to pretty much just on the rare occasion, okay? Scam Dim 1C, how are you, mate? It's been a while. Vegans say you don't need dietary cholesterol, and eating them will kill you. and our cholesterol, not the lipoproteins used for, and where any health benefits to. Well, about 40% of your cells are made of cholesterol. They basically provide, if you didn't have cholesterol, you wouldn't be able to hold fluids inside the cell. That means you wouldn't be able to hold any fluids. You'd have leaky cells. They'd be like with all holes and leaky. And that would be a problem. They wouldn't function properly. So yeah, cholesterol is extremely important. It's used in the immune system, to build up components of the immune system. So yeah. Actually, cholesterol, when you're actually fighting a pathogen or some disease, cholesterol actually drops in the system quite a bit. People's LDL-C can drop to very low levels. We see that. I did it's on Odyssey, on the Odyssey channel of Bart Kays. I did a thing on the Tasmania tribal people who have got have to deal with a lot of pathogens in their environment. And even though they eat massive amount of saturated fats, where you'd think that LDL-C would be much higher, especially with the ApoE4 genes that they primarily have, a lot of these tribal people, they're in the toilet primarily because they're constantly fighting all these pathogens in their environment. So, cholesterol's extremely important. As long as LDL is not oxidized, ox-LDL is the problem, native LDL isn't the problem. And it's usually people consuming seed oils, rancid oils, like someone we know. Yes, say no more. And it's that's going to cause the problem. That's what's going to kill you. I mean, all they've got is some stupid, retarded research, which is epidemiological based on the general public that consumes seed oils, all of them. People that eat more fast foods, obviously they're going to be eating more junk food as well, and some animal products which are combined with this junk food, like pizza, McDonald's burgers with the fries that are being cooked in seed oils, say no more, and a lot of glycation with high fructose corn syrup drinks that are going to glycate the insides of you completely and create a lot of rancid, So I'd say, really, it's just nonsense. If dietary cholesterol was not necessary, our bodies wouldn't produce it. Even if you don't consume it, the body will produce up to 85%. Most vegans are deficient in cholesterol. That is why they have a lot of connective tissue issues, and it shows. And they have atrophy in their bodies, and it shows. Say no more. My father got hit by a vehicle at 88 and a half. Got severely bruised, but didn't have not even a fracture. Where that Vagoon doctor walks out of the shower and snaps his ankle. Garth Davis, the guy that loves goats, as Sean Baker would say. He really loves goats, apparently. So, yes, that Vagoon doctor. So, yes, you don't need cholesterol? You don't need protein? No, I wonder. Yes, good luck to you, mates. Yeah, it's just nonsense. The N15 data, if anybody says to you, what is the species appropriate diet? Check the bone collagen structures of our ancestors, N15 and delta 13 carbon. That means grass-fed animals we were consuming primarily. It's a slam dunk. We don't even have to argue the point with the Vagoons, with the current science, because the current science is all epidemiology. It's on sick people, people that end up in hospital that are on standard shit diets. And they compare them with vegetarian communities, which are just as sick, but not as sick as the general. And so they have, and then they don't even use like real levels of difference. They use relative numbers. That means they take the amount of incidences in this group, that means of whatever, and the amount of incidences in this group. That doesn't tell you what's caused those incidences, whether it's heart disease or whatever. Obviously, we know they're sad dieters, consuming a whole lot of seed oils and sugars and all that, and engaging the Randall cycle, and that's why they're getting sicker than these Vagoons that are doing low fat and engaging the Randall cycle less. So, but they fall apart in other ways because of nutrient deficiency over the time. But getting back to the thing, their arguments are basically on these epidemiological studies. And their odds ratio, what they call risk ratio, which is wrong, is less than 2. It's like, it's 37% from processed meat or 17% from regular meat. That's statistical noise. That's all it is. Just for a hypothesis, you need an odds ratio in epidemiology, observational research, of 2 to 3. That's what you need. Do they have that? No. Comes nowhere near that level, just for the hypothesis, let alone to infer causality, not proving, inferring. So I have to drink this at 8 o'clock. Sorry. It went down a bit the wrong way. Quick. So been drinking that too late. Anyway, now, so their whole argument is just wrong in that regard. I have a bit of tingle in my my damn throat. Annoying. So their arguments are completely illogical. And the so-called risk ratios, which are odd ratios in statistics, are less than 2. So that's statistical noise. It's irrelevant. Just to infer causality, not prove causality, infer. Depending on which epidemiologist you talk to, you have to have anywhere between 6 and 10. That's thousands of percent, hundreds or thousands of percent of difference. Where it's so strong that there is no reverse association anywhere in the literature. Like with the tobacco studies. In every single group that they've actually researched, there's always been cancer. Different rates of cancer in the groups, but always for people that smoke, lung cancer, always found. That means there is no reverse causality or reverse association. When you look at populations that eat only animal foods primarily, like the Inuit and all that, you don't see cancer, cardiovascular disease until you get to the modern age. What does that tell you? It's reverse. And if it's reverse, it can't be causal, because something that is causal has to always associate every single time. Bradford Hill set up the Bradford Hill criteria for epidemiology. And still many crackpots out there, vagoonerized crackpot academics, say that they adhere to the Bradford Hill criteria, but they don't, because they do not establish the inference accordance to the actual criteria of Bradford Hill. They fail on many things. I've done a few studies to show their inconsistencies, and Barkay's actually shown where they've actually deliberately adjusted the actual the data. So you look at the raw data and then you look at the adjustments done to the raw data, and it shows a 180-degree difference in what the outcomes that they are because these are predictors. They haven't actually proven, they're just predictors, show, which is just crap. Some of the researchers are even more horrendous than that. I mean, these people are just off the pale completely. They use a thing called the ORAC, values, and these ORAC values, obviously plants have antioxidants. So if a plant has an antioxidant, even a polyphenol, it gets a higher ORAC value. None of the animal foods are going to have anything, so they get practically 0. And then they compute this in, they make adjustments to the data, and that's how they can reverse at 180 degrees. Fantastic. That's called science. No, that's fabrication of reality. You've observed something and then you've adjusted it and you fabricated something new which you haven't observed, but you want to basically claim that that's what you observed when you didn't, because that's not what the raw data shows. It'd be like I'm taking a measurement of a pulsar and then I get a certain measurement, I go, it doesn't really fit my theory, does it? Shit, what am I going to do? Oh yeah, I'm going to adjust it. I'm going to change the measurement so it fits my theory. Oh, voila, I'm a superstar. I'm correct. Yes, that's called fabrication. It's called dishonesty. It's called lying in my book, so they may call it adjustments. I call it fabrication. I call it dishonesty, lying, and pulling the wool over people's heads. Anyway, glad I caught the second live stream too. Thank you. Not a problem, Jenny. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm having fun with some of these questions because I can actually have a few rants about these crackpots out there. I ended up choosing the now Taurine brand from iHerb. Have any problems with? No, they're fine. They're fine. A number of other people have used it as well. They do produce theirs now. They didn't in the past, but they have stopped purchasing it from China, and they now, from what somebody told me, and they're actually using the free form. I think they are producing it still somewhere in Asia, but not in China. So, Harry's Taurine company win. God, no, forget it. Do you know what it is to run a company? The inputs and all that, and the cost overheads, and yeah, I'm sort of in the twilight of my career, 3.5 years away from retirement. Go to the tropics. You'll see me in the tropics. I'll be doing things from tropical islands in the future. So yes. So basically, I'm looking forward to a different type of lifestyle. Let's put it that way. Hard logic, I'm actually am interested in starting a bit. I've already got, well, me and my partner have already got 2 businesses running, and I am thinking about a third one. So that's in the sort of books. That's why, even though they demonetized me recently and all that sort of shit, it doesn't affect my ability to survive. I've got means to survive in that regard. So, but yeah, there's plenty of people doing that sort of stuff. So what do you want me? You want me to go to China and become a Chinese mogul? I could end up in Wuhan. You realise that? Do you think quercetin against inflammation can be useful? Look, my sort of attitude is, because some of these have effects on some of the hormonal systems, they can have an effect on a number of different pathways in the body. I tend to not subscribe them on a regular basis. If somebody has like some sort of, they're dealing with pathogens, they're dealing with certain things, it's not even a good, it is a senolytic. That means it can cause apoptosis of cells that, like cancer cells and all that. But Visodin is much better than that. But at the same time, it seems to react differently in different people. And so it's not something that I just recommend out of the box. If somebody had some dealing with some sort of pathogens and all that, I'd put them on ivermectin before I put them on quercetin in that regard. But if they were basically dealing with an infection and they were in the early stages, I'd give them that, a lozenge, a zinc supplement, that, and tonic water, to basically combine that to inhibit the sort of viral replication and stuff like that. So that's how I'd use it. That's the same sort of stuff I was talking about in the early COVID days and stuff like that, when people were asking me, what can I do? And I had that in here at home. I've still got a bottle somewhere. Oh, no, I don't. I've given it to Dad. That's right. I did pass it on to him, and just in case he gets a bit of a COVID thing, to have it there for him. I don't need it. I seem to basically get it, and COVID doesn't affect me whatsoever. So it's affected him a couple of times, so it's probably better and that he has it than me. So more for those sort of things. It's not something you take on a regular basis. Nathan, how are you, mate? The King of Tasmania Taurine brand. Sounds good. Put a little Tassie devil on it. Let's all put the devil in you. Yes, something like that. Got to find a catchy marketing phrase, I suspect. Activated charcoal because seed oils are poison. Just tell them you're allergic to seed oils. It's a good one, actually. It's a good one, Joey. I'm allergic. My doctor told me I was allergic. The family would look. Oh, yeah. Which doctor did you go to? Some crackpot naturopath? That's what they'd say. Yeah, they probably wouldn't buy it, I'd say. Yes, no. Activated charcoal can do with binding things out of the system, but here we want a master electron donor, and astaxanthin is that electron donor that we basically need. So yes. Why does carbonated water foam when you put salt in it, but still water does not? It's the interaction between the carbon part and I think the sodium. It's the interaction between them, it's the chemical interaction that causes that effect between sodium and carbon. So that is what it is. Just curious. Yeah, why not? See, in the water, in seawater, you've got calcium, you've got, you know, sodium, calcium, things like that. And, you know, you don't see the water doing that sort of effect. But I suspect if you want to basically drop a block of pure carbon into the water, you'd probably do that. If you had like a block of it and just dipped it in. Yeah. It's a bit like, you know, when you take water out and the CO2 just comes out and bubbles out and all that, in a sense. And it also does change the viscosity of the water in a sense, so that does have effect in changing, especially when there's carbon around. Anyway, Laurentium, how are you? Hello, back. I was watching the live stream 1st of August with a few hours delay, but a good that I had put notification for one now because I can watch it live. Fair enough. Thanks for being here. Is it just Lauren, TIU, or Lauren T Relentiu? I'd be interested to know how you pronounce it. Anyway, yep, that was the bubbling thing. Oops. Why do you not supplement iodine? I get it from the food. I've actually done a video covering iodine. Scotty may be able to find it for me. And I talk about the iodine, the amount of foods and what foods and stuff like that. So I don't see a reason for supplementing. Don't you worry about the poisonous bromide blocking the iodine receptor and the halogens as well, you know, the other halogens. Oh, yes, yes. And, you know, the fluoride, when not sufficient iodine in the system, I'm petrified, Stefan, petrified. I run for the hills, you know. I've got a bunker. I actually, when I see a halogen or a bromide coming for me or a fluoride, I run for the hills. You should see me. I'm very energetic when I see those molecules. Anyway, to be serious, you know that I consume alpine water that's got a lot of trace minerals in it. So I only wash myself, my skin. Obviously, I absorb a bit, but I just wash myself. I have a pretty quick shower with regular water. Yeah, so be it. Can't escape everything. But I get enough iodine in my diet from, you know, from the seafood that I consume through the week. Plus, you know, I also get enough for eggs. I've got enough, you know, things like that. So I don't see the need for me to supplement. Yeah, I just can't remember what the video is. The iodine one in the minerals lowers thyroid antibodies. May have been that one. I can't remember now. It's a while. It's one of them. It's one of them where I actually show all the foods and where you can get it and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll have to find it and post it and actually put a little thing, community thing, just for people who may want to see it and find out exactly, you know. So yeah. Let me try. Look, I'll try and find it. Serpanos. Let's see if we can find it. If I said I'll remember it. Let's see if it's this one. Yeah, I know it's the clip ones as well, but I actually did one on my channel. Why isn't it not? Come on, what is it? That's the one. I've actually got one on my channel. Yeah, look, I'd have to find it. I'll pin it somewhere in the community page. Otherwise, I'd be here waiting, trying to find it for ages. So yeah, I'll have to do it. Doesn't matter. Shit happens. It is what it is. Anyway, does sex hormone binding globulin go low on a high fat approach? No, depends what you're doing. You know, so sex hormone binding globulin, as it's called, can actually bind and reduce the amount of free testosterone is what you're probably concerned about. Well, guess what actually raises free testosterone? Taurine. So if you're eating more meat, protein, yes, you will. But if you're under eating protein, you're going to lower it, whether you're on, eating little protein and a lot of sugar, or little protein and a lot of fat, like, these extreme low fat, extreme, high fat and extreme high carbohydrate with very, very little protein in there, you're going to get less of because a number of these amino acids are required for testosterone, plus taurine is very important to raise the testosterone. So obviously, and if you're exercising really profusely quite a bit, you can actually lower your free testosterone because you're using it. Your body's using it, your muscles are using it. So so in that regard, yes. So pretty much, if you want to biohack and raise it in a biohack way, just add a bit extra taurine, that'll increase your testosterone. Or eat more meat, and don't overdo it on the exercise. You've got to recover. The body needs to recover. That's how sports injuries happen, don't they, Jonathan? I just noticed Jonathan's there. I get asked a lot of ideas. I've never met someone with a deficiency. Plenty in raw milk, exactly, in raw milk, precisely. Raw milk, eggs, and plenty of other. I'm always concerned I'm getting too much, not too little, from the animal foods that I eat. So, I usually do well over, the 150 mark. I tend to do over that most of the cases. Actually, there is. What am I? Yeah, I just remembered. I do have the one here. Iodine. That's it. Let me just. This is this website. Now share. As my mother would say, share harakis, share. Okay. This one. Foods high in iodine. Let's make it bigger. Is that big enough for you? Okay. So, eggs, great source, and dairy products, great source. So, obviously, dry seaweed, there's a lot. 3 ounces of cod, you get quite a bit. Milk, if you have so that's to get 150, which is that middle range between 100 and 200. So the middle of the range is 150. So I usually have a 16-ounce glass of milk a day. So I'm getting about 56 plus 56 just from the milk. I get about 112 just from the glass of milk that I have. Okay, so I have a big glass of milk, which is 16 ounce, which is 450 grams or mils. Got it? Just for that. So eggs, one hard-boiled egg has 12. So 112 there. I have 6 eggs a day, 72 plus 184. You think I'm not getting enough? $150 micrograms. You'll find in the Greek version, it's called with that Greek M and G. Okay. So as you can see, optimal between 100 and 199. So just having eggs, some meat, some milk, breast milk, brings back memories from a younger age. Oops. So but I have done a video covering this thoroughly. But if you're eating a couple of eggs, meat itself as well, they don't have, this is not full, turkey breasts. So 3 ounces. This is not a full, because she's vegetarian, so she doesn't put a lot of the meats. In some cases she does on some of the pages, but beef does have it as well, but slightly less than that. But if you're looking at like milk, like beef or any other, it's usually around slightly less. It's around anywhere between around 25 micrograms. So let's say 5 times that, 125. That and that's you know, that's nearly a pound, 15 ounces for that amount, which is over. So even for less, if you're doing a pound of meat, you're getting enough just from the meat in terms of iodine. Obviously, if you're doing, you know, things like turkey breasts or chicken breasts as well, they're going to have more iodine. Seafood definitely tends to have more. The canned stuff here, tuna, have regular tuna, not canned tuna. It loses a lot of iodine because they basically wash them. It loses, they put oils in, let alone that's bad. Canola oil is, canned oils are, oh God. As you can see, just 3 ounces of cod has nearly got 100. You're nearly at the bottom of the requirement just from that. So as you can see, you can get plenty. Shrimp's pretty high as well. You know, obviously we don't want fish sticks. This is processed stuff, but you know, just even the processed stuff has quite a bit. So regular white fish that's in these fish sticks and all that will probably have about 40 to 45 micrograms. So just having a small amount, you know, 170 grams. 6 ounces. You will get all you need for the day. Obviously, for animal meats, 15 ounces for something like, you know, an animal food like a red meat. You're looking at about 425 grams. And that'll push you over the 100. Have a couple of eggs, you're done, you know. So what's supplementation? Why do people need a supplement? There is no need, people. There is no need. Look at the facts. There's that link. You can go and check it yourself. I do cover this in that, whatever, I've got that bloody video anyway, somewhere in there where it exists. Anyway, the etching on the bottom of the beer glasses. They're not beer glasses, they're sunnies, indoor sunnies. I'm cool, Nathan. And if you don't like that, I'll ban you from the channel. Oh, you mean the little things there? That's just a reflection. Bottom beer glasses. What's the etching? Etching. You need a bit of etching yourself, Nathan. What does Bart K call it? Hate speech. How dare you? I'll do a Greta Thunberg. How dare you, Nathan? Stefan, it's called nucleotidation. When salt is added to carbonated soda, the dioxide suddenly has a point of react with water. Yeah. Thanks for explaining it. What nutrients can help with multiple sclerosis? Carnivore diet, my dear. Carnivore diet. If you take a look at, from what we've actually seen, like, there is a spectrum when it comes to multiple sclerosis. I don't believe it's one type in that regard. And if you look at it, you will see that some people do better, some people struggle for a very long time. Now, Terry Walls, she's a doctor. She basically had multiple sclerosis. She did a paleo diet and she did a lot of organ meats. And doing a lot of organ meats, that means all the different organs, not just liver, a lot of organ meats. and she tried to increase her B vitamins, her fat-soluble vitamins, her minerals, all that, because she was highly deficient. She was on a plant-based diet. She had multiple sclerosis, and then she was able to reverse that, and she was in one of those, gravity type chairs, the sort of recliners that she was using, and she was using basically a walker initially, and then she was in a wheelchair. Now she can get on a bike and actually go and involve herself in cycling races or whatever. Big difference. Now, she didn't go full carnivore. She still eats plants, but she eats a lot of nutrient-dense animal foods, crustaceans, seafood, and all this sort of stuff. So there is definitely something to do with you need more. She agrees that you need more cholesterol. Cholesterol is really important, and a number of the nutrients you find in animal foods are really important for the myelination. Because there tends to be with a lot of these issues, a lot of demyelination of the actual the nerves, and that's part of these neurological sort of disorders or whatever that people have. They're all related, ALS, all these sort of things. When people get on a more nutrient-dense animal diet and eat more animal foods, they tend to improve. So does that mean that multiple sclerosis is caused by just nutrient deficiencies? Then everybody would have. No, I suspect there are certain people that have got genetic susceptibilities. And then when they're in inappropriate diets, they turn on those genes and they suffer the consequences. And then they can silence those genes, and then with the appropriate change to their diet, keeping it strict and clean, and seem to do better over time. The ones that are stricter do better. The ones that aren't as stricter don't recover as well. That's what I've noticed from different people that have got multiple sclerosis, how strict they are. So we don't have anything else. There's no magic pill out there or anything like that. So, I would say to people that if you want to eliminate this sort of problem, and that's, I did send you, didn't I? Where's Jonathan's there? I did send you a link, didn't I? I think. Did I or didn't I? Anyway, I'm going to give something away. This was meant to be a video. ITX. Just give me a sec. Jonathan, I did send you a link, didn't I? Or not? I'm sure I did, but I could be wrong. Or can't you be bothered coming on? If you can't be bothered coming on, that's fine. Anyway, better get back to this. Now, so you need all these foods, these animal foods, to bring about the remyelination, because you need these. If you don't have enough cholesterol and you don't have enough of the animal fats and stuff like that, and important things and other peptides like taurine, very important. And I'm giving a bit away now with the taurine thing, for it does bring about remyelination. And organ meats tend to be higher in taurine than muscle meats. And I think that this is what Terry Walsh was getting, and other people that don't do the muscle meats, the organ meats, because they don't like them, is they don't get the taurine. And I think the taurine is the other component. It does help with remyelination. It actually encourages it. So they've deliberately induced multiple sclerosis in rats, and then they've remyelinated them, because you can't do it in humans. It's unethical. And then they've given them high doses. I can't remember the dosage, and they've actually re-established the remyelination. So yeah, it does that as well. That was going to be a video, ITX. I gave another thing away. I give too many things away. Anyway, it also produces new. I've talked about this before, even though I haven't made the video yet. I'm always giving things away in my live streams, unfortunately. But taurine also, what it does is, which I've spoken before, it is required for stem cells inside the brain. So your stem cells that are produced inside your brain require taurine. And as taurine synthesis drops and you don't get enough in the diet, your amount of brain shrinkage increases. So if you want to maintain, be a smart cookie into old age, get onto taurine, mate. Lather it around your brain. Anyway, remyelinate yourself. Yep. Anyway, more about that salt stuff and whatever else. I cannot do 100% carnivore. We will have to lock you up, Stefan. We can sort you out. I'm going to send Ted around. I'll contact him tonight, Ted, and he'll be around. He'll be around with a bucket and the frogs. You realise that? Yeah. So you're in trouble. You've only got yourself to blame, because I still cannot tolerate pure water. It gives me stomach pain. God. It had to be something like this, wouldn't it? And I mean literally in the stomach. Adding a bit of orange or lemon juice. Problem solved. Thoughts? Well, that's interesting. You're saying you have pure and it actually reacts, and you take a bit of lemon juice and all that. So you're getting a bit of citric acid. You could have some sort of bacterial issue with H. pylori, maybe, possibly. You burp a bit now and then. Even if, we all have, look, a large proportion of the population has H. pylori. We just have it, just accept it. A small number of us usually don't have it at all, and a small number of us actually have it too much because we're on inappropriate diets and it gets out of control, and many others have slightly above the baseline. So a bit is fine if it kept under control. If your stomach acidity with each meal is around the 1 to 1.5, it tends to basically be fine. If it's in the 2+ range, it sort of provides, or let's say you've got also slightly less upregulated proton pumps as well. That can inhibit them as well over time. Nasty little thing. So that could be the reason. And what the citric acid is doing, coming from those sort of things, is sort of slightly inhibiting it, and it's reducing its effect, its reactivity, is what I'm extrapolating, obviously, because I can't think of anything else. So it is speculation. Let's be clear about that. But it's probably a speculation not too far away from the truth. Unfortunately, yes. Some people have it. It's unclear whether you can turn off those genes or not. I don't know. I've tried to look into it. I can't find enough information how to do it. I mean, there's a number of neurological diseases that exist that even the carnivore diet can't fix, and then you take very high doses of phosphatidylserine and it turns off that completely. That's what I'm trying to find with some of these things as well. So it's a low priority thing, obviously, because I've got other things to do, work, fun, family, all that sort of shit. So obviously there's only so much time I can actually spend on things. Things that are killing people directly are probably more important. Yeah. So, and what Bob said there, he's asking any thoughts on molybdenum for sulfur issues. It does tend to help improve it slightly, not in everyone. So it seems to help some people, not others. So yeah, it's unclear why it helps some and not others. So yeah, good point, Bob. I forgot about that. Yeah, that does help, George. So you may, Yorgos, so you may want to try that and see whether that can help a bit. But I'm not, I can't guarantee anything. I know it does help some people, and I don't know the mechanism. And people have said through N of ones that it's helped them. And thanks for reminding me, I forgot all about it, Bob. So, but it doesn't help everyone. So, yeah, choline tends to lower the amount of the quicker clearance, and that seems to help some people as well, but not everyone. Yeah, it's some genetics are a hassle, to say the least, because we don't know enough and not enough research. Everybody does research on certain types of genetics, but they ignore a whole lot of others, sensitivities and stuff like that. So the only people that are looking at sensitivity type genetics are naturopaths, but they don't do any research. All they do is they try different types of supplements and see which one will work for their clients. That's all they do. So you may want to go to a naturopath, do a sensitivity test, and find out exactly what type of sensitivity you've got, and then see what options you can try, different options with that naturopath, and see what works. So that's an option to look at, and you may stumble on a compound that helps. But I haven't looked into it. I should, but I haven't actually looked, because the majority of my subscribers don't have this problem. Very few people, yourself, there's probably another one or two people, and Bart K. Most other people don't, and I haven't had the time to look into it. At some stage I will look into it, but at the moment I don't have the time. So a naturopath probably is your best option to find out about exactly the type of sensitivity you got, and then they may, maybe a specific sensitivity, and they may know of a compound that can actually help, and then you take it and it fixes the problem. And if it does, and you find out find a compound, let me know. I may then recommend it to other people to give it a try as well. So maybe it works for them as well. Sometimes people have similar genetics. Don't know, some cases it can help, some cases. Anyway, started taking 3 grams of choline 3 weeks ago, and it seems to have helped my digestion. Yeah, it does help. I'm no longer constipated. 5 days ago, I started adding 3 grams a day of magnesium citrate, and now it's even better. Yep, good. If you're getting the results you want, good. In that regard, I'm absolutely happy for you. So obviously, I would still consider that you're probably not producing enough stomach acid as well, I suspect. You're probably producing enough the bile salts and stuff like that, that seems to be fine, because usually people have the opposite, diarrhea, if they've got very, so you may not be, so that's one. Or the other thing is, are you eating enough fat? It's usually the thing that I find with a lot of people, if they're not having enough fat, yeah, choline does help and magnesium citrate do help. But I always say to people, yes, these things can help, but I always ask people, are you eating enough fat? I always say 1 to 1, because a lot of our meats that we buy in the supermarkets are very lean. I actually put a bit of butter on mine. Most of the stuff, even when I cook my eggs, I will put butter, a whole slab of butter I'll cut, I'll put it in. And like tonight, I actually did two of my sort of egg pizzas. So I put that thickness. I'll just cut a slab off of butter. I'll throw it in the pan. I'll put it all around it, and then I'll put the beat 3 eggs, throw them in, then put a whole lot of Hungarian mild salami in it, and then cook it on one side. Then I've got a wooden sort of turn it over. It has to be a non-stick, but I have the ceramic type, so it's not some of the other chemical crap. So it's proper ceramic, more expensive, but it's well worth it. So I'm looking at a glass one now, actually. I'm not sure whether I'll upgrade to the glass. This one is actually fine. The surface is fine. I've never damaged because I've always used wooden stuff. I've been very careful. But I am looking at the moment at a new one, which is slightly larger, so I can do 4 eggs rather than 3 eggs each time. I have to do 3 eggs and another 3 eggs. Because the larger one I gave to Dad. I sort of regret it. But anyway, he's dead. So yeah, and so you can do that, and it's really, and I just pack them on, turn it over, and then I'll put the plate, flip it over, done, bang. Next one, another one in, then I always put a bit of butter in it, put it in, because it actually, you get the buttery effect on both sides. Yummy. Now, there is like a proper egg pizza, and in those cases, I will put that in, and on top, I'll let it cook a bit, just a bit, so it firms a bit. Then I'll grate some cheese on top, and then I'll put all the salami pieces on top, and then cook it, and then turn it over, and that is a proper, like a egg pizza. So yes, I do things like that. I did 2 today. Tonight, so I had yogurt as well, because I did go and buy yogurt. So I had yogurt, 2 of those. I'm stuffed. So all up, six eggs, yogurt, glass of milk. I pigged out tonight on my favourite foods, eggs and dairy. Anyway, yes. So I'm happy to hear that you're doing better, but I would up my fat a bit and see whether that helps you, because you can't supplement forever as well. Short incoming bacteria. Yeah, it can be bacteria. Bacteria can have an effect. A lot of people are getting some of these, both diarrhea and constipation, different effects by reducing their bifidobacteria due to COVID. So there is that as well. There's a whole lot of things, and you don't know unless you go and actually do a test of your gut microbiome to see what's happened to your gut microbiome. So yeah, that's another issue in itself. But if you've got strong enough immune system and you get people that get COVID around, and you don't get it because your vitamin D levels are good, you're taking a couple of grams of taurine that's protecting your immune system from senescence. I'm around people constantly. The only time I got COVID was once from Dad, and the reason I got it was because I was doing that. I wasn't doing any vitamin D and any taurine, because I wanted to do like a video to go, here's the baseline and here's the result, and I ended up getting COVID. How annoying is that? And I was working from home, just visiting Dad, and he had picked it up without me knowing. And it really just stuffed. So I didn't do the video after, and just I couldn't be bothered then. I just did on the vitamin D testing. I showed my result, and that was about it. And I was sort of annoyed that it wasn't exactly the way I wanted to do it. I blame Dad. I said to him once, "You ruined one of my videos. Do you realise that?" And he goes, "Who cares? It's only a video." Oh yeah, that's true. G'day, Tom. Tuning in from work. Good for you, mate. Good for you. Oops. I watch a physician say you can regulate high cortisol by eating fatty foods. Look, a low-carb diet, if you're getting enough nutrition and your body is working properly, can regulate all these things. Cortisol is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's when it's chronically activated, it becomes a problem. But there's a lot of things that chronically activate it. So if you're under eating for a very long time, you can raise your cortisol. So, but if you're doing a carnivore diet, you're not going to. I've actually done a video that actually shows quite clearly. Where is that video? Let me advertise more of my bloody videos. Why aren't you people watching these videos? Oops. When you want to try and find something, it never comes up. G'day, Sandra. I just noticed you. TT Terry. Go, Ran. Still go. Yeah, I'm still going, Lukey. Still going. Oh, this is the one month ago. Does the carnivore diet increase cortisol, adrenaline, and do we need carbs? That's the argument against our dear friends, the repeat people. So check that video out. It pretty much shows that a carnivore diet, getting enough protein in there, tends to sort that issue out completely. Obviously, there are other issues. I mean, there are other issues that can actually cause these problems. Obviously, if you're exposing yourself to a lot of blue light, that can be an issue in itself. So if you're exposing yourself to blue light, if you're under eating chronically, that can also raise cortisol. All these things, you're stressed, your circadian rhythms are out of whack. That can also keep cortisol high and put things out of whack, melatonin. So there's all these other issues. Our favorite virus, man-made virus, since the 1960s when they were experimenting on coronaviruses. So that sort of shit, that also tends to basically cause some derangements in that department as well. So yes, many things that can cause it. Obviously, closer to a species appropriate diet, you should get better results. Especially do not neglect the flesh of animals. Very good for you. That was earlier. That was you earlier. That's how far back I am. Just realised that. Friggin' hell. You've been, you train, you come back, and I'm still... Fair enough, fair enough. Is fasting increases human growth hormone, then how's it that good for aging? Well, you can't fast forever. That's a reality. You'll die, you know. So exercise, many things actually can increase human growth hormone. So in that regard, so consuming certain proteins can have an effect on, you know, human growth hormone, you know, exercising, you know, weightlifting, all sorts of things. So in that regard, it's the sort of the post fasting that does it in that regard. And it's the refeeding, which is really what it is, in a sense. Better sleep, better circadian rhythms and stuff like that. That also improves human growth hormone. So it has positive effects in basically improving the repair and renewal of your body. That's how it affects aging and stuff like that. So if you don't get good sleep, you don't eat well and all that, you're not going to basically be pushing pathways that are reparative pathways. And that's the thing, health tech. So, and a lot of us, unfortunately, either overeat, have poor sleep, too much stress, poor stress management, and all sorts of things. Yes, get some taurine into you. That will calm you down. It will. Believe me, it will. So, where were we? Oops. That's how far back I am. Okay, boiled eggs versus scrambled eggs versus fried eggs. Which is easier on the digestive system? Does not cook make eggs and meat harder to digest, or is it the opposite? Actually, cooking allows you to extract more. That means now cooking, you do lose some of the micronutrients, but on the other hand, you also can easily digest the proteins in particular. So it really helps with the proteins more than anything else in that regard. So it's the reason why our ancestors cooked. You could also eat more meat than you would raw. So raw meat is much harder to eat in large quantities. So our ancestors were able to eat more and extract more nutrients. So they weren't extracting it. So even though you have a slightly diminishing, you lose a bit from the cooking, not a lot, just a bit, you are able to extract more nutrition because you can eat more when it's cooked. Cooked meat is much easier to eat in larger amounts. You know, like, you know, if I was to be given raw steak, and I sometimes do eat raw meats and beef tartare and stuff like that, but I can't eat a lot. You know, it's really hard to put a lot of raw meat down. But cooked, oh shit, I can go through steak after steak. I can stuff myself. And that's one reason why our ancestors did that. And that gave them the guarantee to get very high nutrition. That's why they did it. So 1.5 million years ago, they decided to cook things. Some maybe by accident. Then they realized, I can eat more meat. Yummy, yummy, yummy. What happened after, after that, we started seeing going Homo erectus, slowly but surely started to grow bigger and bigger brain. Interesting. So if you look at the earlier Homo erectus to the later Homo erectus, slightly increase in brain. Cooking must have helped. So Yeah, so there is benefit in cooking. So for basically those periods between, I'm trying to think now, about 1.5 million years to about 500,000 years, you had small amount of change. And then between about after 500,000 years onwards, the other million years, Homo erectus seemed to basically, we see bigger and bigger brain capacity, and a number of other hominins that emerged that have got even bigger. So cooking definitely had an effect in that regard. So I would say cooking will give you more, allows you to consume more, and so allows you to basically support more systems. And most people think about protein in terms of just protein synthesis. That's stupid. Anybody that thinks like that doesn't understand physiology. Part of the meat that we consume goes to the musculoskeletal structure, fine, and the connective tissue. There's a whole lot of other amounts that is not going to be used in protein synthesis, and it will go to be produced as enzymes, polypeptides, single peptides that go around and do a whole lot of things, signal, regulate, do work inside the body. Little workers, little nanomachines. And then some of that protein also is used to repair organs, your internal organs. They don't grow bigger. They don't undergo hypertrophy like your muscles. But what they do is they need repair. So they need amino acids to repair their tissue, cholesterol, fats, and amino acids. So this sort of 0.8%, 0.8 per kilo of body weight and all that is just nonsense, absolute nonsense. For me, the minimum is 2.2. I do around 2.2 grams per kilo of body weight, or 1 gram per pound. And if I'm exercising, I'm doing about, like weightlifting, 3.2. And if I'm doing the level that Jonathan does, I'd be up to 4. Because that's what a sand person, a bushman of the Kalahari, going across the desert, carrying things and all that, that is hours and hours of putting a lot of strain on the whole body. It's like these top athletes, bodybuilders, but they're putting it on all the body. They're doing about 4 grams per kilo body weight up on average, based on research done by Cordain, Lauren Cordain, the paleo guy, who's an academic as well, and's did the measurements. So I actually did a video. I used his book, but we couldn't actually show the book because it's copyrighted. So we had to talk about it. Well, I did actually initially, and Bart took out the stuff because he didn't want to show it, because he basically didn't want any copyright infringement. And that video is also on the Odyssey channel of Bart, which I cover the sand people of the Kalahari, the Bushmen, and I discussed that issue as well. So, you know, I did a lot of videos and a lot of live streams with Bart in the early days, but he actually, because he got shadow banned severely, had to move all those older videos because there was a lot of inappropriate things that we were saying, and he keeps it now a bit cleaner and clinical so they don't go after him. So I'm trying to move in that direction a bit. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I like to do the controversial stuff, and it gets me into trouble with YouTube all the time. So yeah, I've got 2 strikes, and I've had a lot of warnings. So I'm in the banned books. It's probably one reason why I haven't grown as fast. It's pretty much for that reason. Yes. But that's my view on that sort of stuff. What are some beneficial hormetic stresses? Oh, well, exercise. Sleep deprivation done deliberately, I wouldn't do that. Nah, not even a rare case. Exercise is good enough. Or just bad disease-causing stresses like tobacco. No. Exercise is a hormetic stressor. Cold water, hot water, saunas, all these dipping into cold water, ice water, they're all hormetic stressors. You can do those. The simplest one that most people can do is exercise. Just a bit of high intensity. That's a stressor. And it's a low-grade stressor because we've got enough stresses in our lives from blue light, because we're working in blue light environments. These are the glasses that I wear in the daytime when I'm working. So these knock out about 70% of the blue light. I reduce the strain on my eyes, and these I use at night, which blocks out 100% of blue light and most of the green light as well. Very little comes through. So as a consequence, yes. And then I've got the sort of red light and stuff, other stuff like that. Anyway, yep. So you just want to smoke. Just health tech, just say, I want to smoke. I want to justify my smoking. Harry said it's okay. It's a hormetic stressor. I'm glad somebody loves it like me. Does cold exposure, like cold showers in the morning, have a health benefit? It's a hormetic stressor. Is it good for the mitochondrions, or is it something stupid that actual wears down your body? No, it actually seems to have some beneficial effects. What doesn't, the old saying they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's sort of, yes, it is like an injury to the body, but it then upregulates a whole lot of pathways to heal the body a bit more, and you end up, it's a bit like you lift weights, you tear slightly, you cause some inflammation in your muscles, and then the body runs in and starts healing all that and making it bigger and stronger. Same sort of concept. It sort of strengthens and it makes you more resilient to colder weather, to harsher environments. So it does have some benefits in that regard. I think the longest I've been under the shower, cold shower, is 1 minute. God, painful, absolutely painful. I don't do it anymore. Occasionally I'll do like 15 seconds, and I'm counting the seconds fast. Occasionally, but I just, I'll get my hermetic stresses through just doing high intensity. Sometimes at work, I'll just run up the stairs from the basement right up to the 9th floor. I'll just jog all the way up in a high intensity way, as long as there's anyone in the stairwell. Sometimes people that know me, that they ignore me. People that don't know me give me the strangest looks. What are you doing? I'm jogging. What are you doing? Yes. So, fun and games. Or when I'm at work, I go up the hill, straight up the hill, Mount Stewart. So that's all uphill. Sometimes I jog part of it. By the time I get up there, I feel like I'm dying. But anyway, it can be very steep. It's like that in some areas, like 45 degrees. Like, look, even my closest friend, he'd go, if he saw me jogging away, I'd do it deliberately. I'd do part of it, and then I'd stop further up. He'd go, you bastard, because anyway, showing off, being annoying. What do you do to your brother? So we're very close. Brother from another mother. So if you're not going to pick on your brother, who are you going to pick on? Anyway, yes. Get yourself into a sauna, is that we're saying. Yes, those heat shock proteins. Yes, very much so. Yes, we need to shock the proteins. The only thing that doesn't get activated by heat shock proteins is 5G. That doesn't cause it. It's just the dirty electricity from the electromagnetic spectrum, that's all. The rest is quite nonsensical, since the sun is in the terawatt range and it's actually far more destructive to our body in comparison. That's in the gigahertz, so it's not even ionizing. Crazy things people believe. Yes, it's lack of good education in science. Now you have to learn how to basically care about people's feelings. Very important. Not know anything about the way magnetism works or the strong or weak nuclear force. They're irrelevant. You just have to learn all this other nonsense. Unfortunately, the world we live in. No wonder we have no new Einsteins. In an environment where you just more concerned about people's feelings, you're not going to get those sort of people. They operate in a very different environment, and we have lost our way. Jade, how are you? As in some cases, can acidosis take place with high animal-based meat? No, that's just nonsense. There's no research based on that whatsoever. And, when we talk about lactic acid, as it's called, as people call it incorrectly, it's called lactate. It's actually sugar that actually produces lactate. And exercise also produces lactate. Is that unhealthy? And taurine in animal foods actually inhibits lactate in the Krebs cycle. Sorry, inhibits in the metabolic pathways, in the metabolism pathways. So what it does is it prevents pyruvate from going into lactate and back to the liver to produce more glucose, because it can't use it immediately. But taurine, which you find in animal foods, can actually turn the Krebs cycle and actually increase it by 30%, approximately. There are variations, but we're being approximate. And actually force it through the Krebs cycle, reducing lactate and reducing blood sugar as well. So wonderful stuff. Better than metformin in doing that sort of stuff. So if you're on a species appropriate diet and you're getting enough the flesh of animals, the protein, and you're not just eating stupendous amount of fat and very little protein, so you're not getting enough of the stuff that you need to basically have those other mechanisms work properly, there is a potential ability to produce slightly more. But even if you increase slightly more the acid producing compounds, even then, as your blood filters through the kidneys, it produces bicarbonates. Those bicarbonates will basically remove and you'll excrete that sort of stuff, and then you will basically not reabsorb that stuff. Because until you die, until the moment your death, like milliseconds, just as you're dying, that's the only time that stops, and your acidity levels rise. Acidosis rises rapidly at that stage. Or if you've got type 1 diabetes, that's a different thing altogether. Ketoacidosis is called. But generally speaking, no one else, because it's very tight. Because if it goes out of range just by a bit, you're dead. So the body has the ability to buffer acid and get rid of it. So even the small amount that gets produced, you get rid of it anyway. So it's irrelevant. And in the mitochondria, the taurine from the meat eliminates, prevents the accumulation of lactate, forces glucose through the Krebs cycle, and prevent down the pyruvate dehydrogenase complex, and into the Krebs cycle, or the citric cycle, TCA cycle, however you know it, and eliminates that problem at that level, at the mitochondrial level. And above the mitochondrial level, there is, within the bloodstream, there is buffering through the kidneys that eliminate that completely. And the kidneys recycle these bicarbonates and maintain the pH range. So it doesn't exist. It's a myth. It's some sort of myth that actually emerged years ago, and people keep on repeating it continuously. I would like to grab a physiology book and throw it at their heads to wake them up to their ignorance, because they're completely and utterly ignorant of physiology. Anybody that actually understands just basic physiology knows that the kidneys can sort this out very easily. Unless you've got massive problems with your health, then, you know, massive kidney problems, you're into kidney failure. That's a different thing altogether. That's not where most people are. My father had kidney atrophy and kidney cancer. Eating more of a carnivorous diet, has larger kidneys now because protein is required, extra protein is required to provide the additional amino acids and cholesterol and fats for the cell walls and the cell structures, because that's what they're made of. They're not made of candy. And so that sort of stuff needs to come in and actually rebuild. And that's why it's an accidental scan when he had the jab that he shouldn't have had. Very bad boy, because these old people don't listen, you know. So no more for him, but it did cause him some problems. And they actually checked his kidneys because they wanted to blame it on the kidneys, not on the jab. For what? But then they found out that his kidneys had actually become larger. The cancer had halved itself, and that it was in a better state, and they couldn't actually use that as a justification. They said, "Oh, we don't know." I'll tell you what it is. It's called an mRNA. And they go, "Oh, no, the government's telling us." And I go, "Do you believe that stuff, do you, Doc?" You're gullible, aren't you? Didn't want to have an argument. I had a better conversation with the nurse at the time when Dad was in the hospital with the issue with his leg blowing up from a whole lot of clotting factors. Great, those spikes. Lovely stuff. But anyway, so, you know, it's just nonsense. You put people on a species-appropriate diet, it fixes up their body all over the place. Their organs become larger, become better. I've got people on cancer doing carnivore. I've got people all sorts of stuff, and their health is becoming better and all that, with some additional biohacks. All this other stuff is just nonsense that appeared years ago, and it's still just circulating. Don't waste your time on it. It's nonsense. These people have never read books of physiology. If they had, they would know that the pH in the blood is strictly regulated, really strictly regulated. You know, in your gut, yes, it's going to be more acidic at the top of your gut, and then bicarbonates from bile and from pancreatic enzymes and bicarbonates will increase the pH. So, you know, you don't damage the lining of your gut. But in the stomach, it's going to be very acidic. Has to be, to break down the stuff. So the pH levels in different areas of the body are different. That's normal. You know, and you have to worry. So when you actually are pissing out a higher level of, you know, like from ketones, they will actually increase the acidity. So if you're producing more slightly acidic, especially in the early days, you do, and then it sort of normalizes. That's just a thing of an adaptation, but it's not a problem. You know what I would worry when I hear somebody say that their urine is alkaline. If you've got alkaline, you should go to an oncologist immediately. It could be an indication of cancer or the early stages of cancer. And I'm not kidding you. If it's alkaline, you know, it's usually a problem. So, yeah. So I would say to people, unless you want to stuff your stomach acidity and not be able to absorb nutrients, drink alkalinized water. It's also higher in deuterium, which will do wonders to destroy your mitochondria in the long run. So please don't do that. And yes, and all the rest is just nonsense. Believe me, these people have not even looked at a physiology book ever in their life to understand the buffering that exists in the body. It's a non-issue unless you're in a sick state. You've got some sort of illness or sickness where things are deranged. Cold therapy, epinephrine, yes, uses transition of white fat to more metabolically active brown fat. Yes, that's true. It does. Guess what else increases brown fat? Taurine. Eat more meat, you get more taurine. It actually upregulates brown fat. Did a video on that as well somewhere recently. So yes, wonderful things. And remember, taurine also regulates part of the adrenals on top of the kidneys. Yes, it does. So, and it inhibits, it lowers in a circadian sort of clockwise, it regulates the cortisol, melatonin cycles as well, has an effect on those. And if you take it at the right time, you can actually inhibit it, and you can amplify melatonin as well in the evening. Another little biohack to get better sleep, and also better reparative sleep, which is important. High melatonin in the mitochondria will basically improve the redox potential of the mitochondria. That is the energy production, my dears, energy production. More energy, more youthful. Less energy, less ability to fix the body, more senescence and damaged cells will arise, and you will decline faster. When will you move more videos, Harry, to your options channel? Not yet. The current videos, all the like the nutritional stuff and all that, that's going to remain here. That's not the problem. It's more the political, the other controversial issues. You know, the COVID ones, there's a massive amount of those. They will have to move. Because the moment that I try to remonetize, they'll look at those and they'll go, ugh, they'll ban me completely. They'll shut down my channel completely. So I have to move those, the COVID ones, unfortunately. So I'm just trying to sort out now another location to go to. It's a pain. And yeah. Anyway, that was my screen. Everything goes into circadian at 9:30. Everything goes reddish. As you've noticed, the background, everything's changed. That's deliberate. So sorry about that, but it's just, it is what it is. It's so I can get better sleep. It's just, yeah, it makes it poorer, but it's, yeah. I had to sacrifice that sort of thing when I did the Sean Baker thing. The Rivero interview. God, they got standards. Oh, you can't wear, you know, anything that reflects like glasses. No. They got all these things that you have to do. Oh, you have to have good lit background, this and that. And I go, oh, God. And I had to do all those things, which are, and because I hadn't changed the interview date, they did give me the opportunity. It wasn't their fault, but Dad had this accident, the car that hit him and all this sort of stuff. And it was really hard for, I just forgot, lost track of it. And then by the time it was a couple of days before I remembered, I go, oh, shit. And then at that stage, yeah, I had to look at and sort out. And then I said, oh, look, just have to bite the bullet. And it was really funny. I fell asleep. I nearly missed the interview completely. I woke up half an hour before. I go, oh, shit. You know, and I felt like I was rambling a bit. I wasn't, you know, like my more calm and comfortable self. Just trying to, you know, I'm not going to miss anything out. So I had a plan, but having woken up half an hour before and then going through some cold water on my face to try and wake myself up, and then, yeah, I wasn't in the zone, so to speak. Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't my best interview. Could have been better. So I'm a bit disappointed with it, but anyway, it is what it is. I did want to touch on other things more than other things. You know, Sean kept trying to nudge me towards the taurine side because he'd actually looked at some of my videos, come to our channel, check some of the taurine stuff, and he really wanted to learn more about it. But I actually wanted to cover a few more different aspects of the stuff that I talk about and do. I didn't want to sort of be pigeonholed, oh, the taurine man and stuff like that, because I cover a lot of things, cancer, all sorts of things. But yeah, it is a master regulator. It's an important component in animal foods that I think is underappreciated, and it's becoming slightly more appreciated now. Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, I think I could have done a better. A lot of people told me it was good, it was fine, it was all that, and yeah, I wasn't really happy with it. But anyway, it is what it is. Shit happens sometimes. Then I couldn't get to sleep because of the circadian things. Melatonin would have dropped because I had all the blue lights to give a proper background. Then it took me half an hour, and I woke up the next morning. I felt like a rat shit for the rest of the day. So yeah, bad sleep does that. I'd forgotten what it felt like. So I go, oh God. So I don't really, that's why I'm religious about because I'm very sensitive to blue light and my melatonin. I don't get good sleep. I'll wake up at night. Dad has the same problem, must be genetic. So I've put through his home, I've actually changed his light bulbs. We argued about it. He didn't want to change the damn light bulbs. These old people that just, it's not bright enough. I said, it is. So he's in his bedroom, in his toilet, he's got a red light. Probably his neighbours are going, what the hell, George? But anyway, it means that when he does wake up, if he wakes up in the evening, he's going to be using, and there's going to be a red light. It's not going to affect his melatonin levels, even though he complains about it. Oh, well, can't get him. I've given him an orange light, one of those that plug in the wall. So I gave him that. So I was going to keep that for myself, but I'll have to buy one. He could have that. I'm going to buy a red one that can plug in, so I can have it in the hallway. So going through, so it's just on in the evening. So in that way. But anyway. I'm rambling again, aren't I? Rambling. It's late. It's 3.5 hours. No wonder I'm rambling. It's 9:30. Would love to hear your opinion on some astrophysics, economics, and wild theories. Yeah, look, I've done some videos covering. I don't talk a lot about physics. I probably should, but that I'll leave that for the other channel. I have talked about economics, geopolitics, and stuff like that. So some of the videos that I've made discussing, sometimes because I've got some contacts and people that I know that know other people that are associated with ex-military people and stuff like that. I can actually get feedback and find out information before other people. That's why I've had a few like early stuff. I've heard about this, and sometimes I extrapolate from what they're telling me from different sources and come up with a completely different view of what things are. Some people enjoy that, some people don't. Yes. What did Saladino tell you about sperm? Saladino fan told me sperm cells need fructose. Yes, they do. I don't think it does, but where did they get this idea from? Yes, it does, actually. Sperm, they don't actually need. What they use is they use fructose as a nutrient. But the body can produce it. You don't need to basically eat fructose. That's the delusion that they have. Your body can produce glucose from gluconeogenesis, and in the liver you can produce a small amount of fructose for all the different parts of the body. There's a bit that's required even in the brain, and even in the brain you can produce a certain amount of fructose, very little. So your body can produce what you need. And in it's like the red blood cells. Red blood cells don't have mitochondria, so they use glucose. Your body can produce it from gluconeogenesis, so it's irrelevant. Since if gluconeogenesis didn't exist, then yes, you could say we need it. Even the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, they understand physiology. I don't know where Saladino learned his physiology, but in the book of physiology, if you look at it, if anybody's done physiology would know this, if they can remember it, the amount of dietary carbohydrate that is essential, we're talking about essential nutrients, is 0. And it's 0 because your body can produce it. The only stuff that is essential, even cholesterol can be produced in the body. Sometimes not enough. That's a different issue altogether, but it still can be produced. Taurine can still be produced. So it's called a non-essential, but it does decline with age. And if you're not getting enough methionine and cysteine, then you can't produce enough in the body. And it also means if you don't get enough choline for the betaine, for the methylation support, then you don't leave enough, in terms of having sufficient to spare the extra amount that you need of cysteine for the purposes of taurine production. So the sparing effect, and also that also spares folate and B12 by using choline, because it's right smack in the middle of the methionine cycle, where the folate cycle is sitting over here. It's basically interacting after homocysteine. So as you go from methionine, SAMI, down to here, homocysteine, back up to here, interacting with the folate cycle, which actually has folate, B12. They should call it the B12 folate cycle. That's what it really is. B6, riboflavin. These are the things, and a few other nutrients that basically support that cycle and can actually convert homocysteine back to methionine. But choline can come directly into producing, through enzyme, produce betaine, and betaine can convert homocysteine directly back to methionine, completely missing the other cycle and reducing the requirement for folate, and usually the majority of times that people have an issue with folate or B12 is due to a choline deficiency. That's what it is. Not eating enough animal foods. When you do that, you spare the others and you don't overtax one system. And then you've got more for taurine as well. And that means you can actually then regulate the whole body much better, because taurine is a master regulator in the body. These are the things that people ignore, like Saladino, because he probably was asleep. Most doctors are when they're doing physiology and basic stuff, because they're never going to become physiologists. They primarily focus on pharmaceuticals and surgical techniques, because that's what they do primarily. And he didn't even focus on, he did pharmacology and then psychology. So yeah, just because some tissue requires something, it doesn't mean you have to eat it. Your body can produce it. If the body couldn't produce it, then it would be an essential nutrient. So, yes. Yeah, I like how these people talk in this reductionist way. Oh, you need it. No, you don't. Body produces it. So what are you talking about? You twat. And if you eat quite a lot of it, it glycates and it's high in deuterium, so it does harm to your mitochondria. So why is that a smart thing to do? You twat. Because they don't understand the rest of the other stuff of physiology. They're in the reductionist little world here, and they do not see this other part. Yes, that's what drives me up the wall with a lot of these people. I slap them down so fast, their head spins. I think that's why they avoid me as well. Remember Robbie, the Ray Pete guy, came onto my channel once, and he said, I told him, and he said, I can't debate now, so he left. I haven't seen him again. So yeah, they won't approach me or Bart. I've been on their channel, on his channel with Georgie Blinkoff was in one case. I think he was on there as well, and me and Bart. He ignored me, and then I told Bart, because I sent him an email. I said I was trying to get Bart on, see if he, but he knew about Bart as well, and he said, "Oh, I can't at the moment, technical reasons." It's just bullshit. So yeah, I know recently somebody told me that he did some chat debate or with I'm not sure, one of the other carnivores did recently. I think not sure with whom. Trying to remember now. Anyway, it'll come to me. It's probably because it's bloody, nearly 10 o'clock and I haven't tucked myself into bed yet. It's probably the reason why. Couldn't be any other reason, And if anybody contradicts that, it's hate speech, and I'll send Ted around to sort this out. I have an agreement with Ted. He can look after the Tassie Devil, and then he has to do some tasks for me as well. Naughty tasks, evil tasks. Yes, he's an evil bear. Very dangerous. I think he went to the dark side because that bald man Bad actually ate his. As a youngster, he bit off one of his eyes and turned him to the dark side. Yes, definitely. It couldn't be any other reason for it. I'm trying to think. Chafee. Yeah, Anthony. It was Anthony. That's right. Thanks, Lukey. I just couldn't remember. I was trying to remember who it was. I still haven't had a chance to see it. I should. I actually even tried to debate Ray Pete once before he died. I tried to message and stuff like that, because I thought if I could actually hit the big man himself, take him out, then all his acolytes will just disintegrate. But now he's dead, so nobody can bloody he's like, now that he's dead, you can't argue with a dead man. You're arguing with his brainwashed supporters. So yeah, gets you nowhere. Anyway, back to this. How much meat is enough, and how much is too much daily when also consume 2 to 4 eggs? What's your size? Billy the Kid, what's your size? So I usually say aim for about 2.2, around 2 plus grams per kilo body weight in terms of protein from all different sources. So you work out the eggs and all that, because you need protein for all these tissues in your body. It's not only for the muscles or the bones. You need for all these tissues. And also the different nano machines that we built, the enzymes, the polypeptides and all that. So you need for all this sort of stuff. So that's really important that you get that sort of stuff in there. And then the rest is energy. Play around with the energy, see what your energy needs are. So that's how you do it. And listen to your body. Your body will tell you, I've had enough. I still need some more. So that's the thing. MMA Jesus, how are you, mate? Do you think they have discovered ways to prevent and get rid of cancer more effectively, but refuse to widespread implement it because of the money and politics? It's definitely the money and politics. Big Pharma are definitely, for them, they do not want. It's a $1 trillion business. I'll give you an example. In Australia, this is the official site. I actually put it in one of my videos. I showed it in one of my videos. 2 out of 5 people in Australia will get cancer over the age of 65. I think it was 65. That's massive. That is a massive burden. So we're talking about a big proportion of the elderly population. You know, it's crazy. I remember the percentage. 40%, that's right. No, what it is, 40% of the elderly population having cancer. Madness, absolute madness. And what does chemotherapy do, or radiation or stuff like that? Well, it just destroys the immune system. So it kills a lot of the cancer cells. You go into a certain remission, and then it comes back more aggressively because your immune system is non-existent and can't actually fight, because the immune system kills off senescent and cancer cells. So you're done. Not a problem, Johnny Wong. Thanks for being here, mate. Take care. If you got to go, you got to go. Yeah, it is getting a bit late. I'm going to be pulling the plug shortly anyway. We're at about 10. Yeah, it is really that. I mean, a person like myself who comes from sort of an engineering type background, which is what spatial science is, you know, it's what we call it cartography, but it's now we do analytics. We use processing of different things. We use AIs. It's sort of a mix of IT and mapping into one. So it's a much more different animal. That's what's, you know, remote sensing with satellite imagery and post-processing and blah, 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 and all this sort of stuff. We make some really snazzy toys. One of the guys at work recently had different aged of images, and we have got a special software which is actually adjusted things so they sit right on top of the others, and you can have historical stuff, and you can just zoom back. You can see how things looked exactly as in the past, in the future, on for a whole town. Really fantastic stuff. Anyway, so we do all sorts of stuff like that. But people in this sort of area, so for us, it's really for us, it's really important that for precision, accuracy, like somebody building a bridge, an engineer is going to do all the comps. They'll do all the, like we will do for a survey. You know, if I'm doing a survey, basically, I'll do all the comps to make sure that it computes properly, that it closes properly and stuff like that. You know, because surveying is a very strict type of discipline. Somebody building a bridge, you know, it's really precise. They have to get their data properly. They have to have reduced error. They have to measure the level of error precisely. Otherwise, the damn thing will fall over. So it's a much stricter, if you want to hold your job, it definitely is. But in these sort of professions, nutrition and all that, it just seems like it's ideology. It's really piss poor and all that. And medicine seems more or less like an engineer. In some aspects, it's got, like, the surgical stuff is more engineering, but some of the other aspects tends to be very craft. You know, you've learned a craft in a certain way, you just practice it in a certain way. It's not the best approach, it's just the craft. It's how I do things, how I've been taught. And that's pretty piss poor, and it does create a lot of problems and all that. I mean, I've done videos that have unraveled how cancer develops due to deuterium, excess deuterium in the system, damaging the nanomotors, you know, the mitochondria signaling and saying, look, cell, I can't produce enough energy for you in terms of ATP. You need to run an old program, upregulate the oncogenes to develop strategies of survival against other cells, because it gets separated from the soma, the body, to survive. And when it's separated from the soma, then it's trying to, you know, develop these own methods of survival with glycolytic pathways and stuff like that. So it goes into, and these other programs shut down some of the other programs, And that's why then it behaves like that. But the moment you can restore the redox potential, and it means basically running electrons through the electron chain to pump protons through, and they can go through the nanomotor to create ADP. The moment you start improving the redox potential of the mitochondria, they'll signal back and say, here's some energy, here's some ATP. And the cell, because it doesn't like a lot of reactive, from glycolysis, too much reactive oxygen species and too much damaging, it's forced to use this really poor energy source, because it doesn't produce enough ATP, enough energy. So, where the electron chain produces heaps and heaps of energy, different sort of, so it actually then will turn this off and start using the system of oxidative phosphorylation, as it's called. That then will downregulate the oncogenes, untangle those long chain fats of 22 carbon long that are elongated around the nucleus to protect it. They'll unravel, and things will start going into a senescent state. And then you can use senolytics and, like Physotin, amplify them with taurine and melatonin and knock them out. Simple strategy, but that's come through some lateral thinking and looking at all this research and how it interplays, how even choline and TMAO can be useful in the cancer. They got to even that back to front. I've done some videos covering, it's in my cancer videos of TMAO. It's just nonsense, most of that as well. They got no idea. There's mechanistic studies showing the complete opposite from what they're claiming, because they're looking at associated data. And association is not causation, it's just bullshit. So we're looking at mechanisms that actually work and how they work. So, and that's how I've been able to come to realize from all these people, because I don't think in reductionist terms like a lot of these people, and they just think, they view narrow, they do research narrowly, and they're stuck there. I'm a problem solver, because in the engineering field, you have to be a problem solver. You look at multifaceted everything. You don't look at it in a reductionist way. You can't. Otherwise, the bridge will fall down, or this won't work. So we think in a different mindset. Really, engineers are better problem solvers than anyone else. It's probably the reason why I'm able to basically understand things in a very different way compared to all these other people, because they think in a reductionist terms, because they see this pathway. It's like looking at an enzymatic pathway and saying, that's it. No, it's not that. There's a complex interaction, interplay of all these different elements, and they're coming in together. And depending on what this does, where this state is, that has a signaling effect and hormonal effect and all this. It's complicated. And I have to try and work that in my head to try and understand how these different, you pull this lever, that lever goes this way, that lever goes that way. They're all going in, how can you view it in a reductionist way? This is the problem with these people. They make conclusions from reductionist research. And that's why they end up in these rabbit holes and never escape them, and don't really help anyone and never come up with real solutions. As I said, they don't think like engineers. Unfortunately for them and for the rest of us. G'day, Sarah. How are you? What is your favorite TV show of all time, and why is it taurine? Well, taurine is a master regulator in the body. It's a very ancient molecule. Sulfurs have been used from the early beginnings of life in the deep oceans. That's why it's my favorite, because it's the master regulator and plays such roles. Favorite TV show. What could I sit and watch continuously? I'd have to say if I'm going classical, it'd have to be the old Doctor Who that I grew up in when I was young in Australia. That would be probably, I would watch, if like there was different shows and I had to watch one show, TV, it'd be the old Doctor Who ones. That'd be definitely the stuff. They were just quirky. It's just, you know, even the concept was really interesting. It's like, you know, thinking about the reverse of a black hole within a ship. It was a fascinating concept, and it was quirky. I enjoyed it as a youngster. I'm not really a big TV person anymore. So that was, but from my young years, I have to say that was probably the thing that I would watch the most in that regard. I have to say I did in the early days. I did watch a bit of Star Trek as well. I didn't mind watching Star Trek now and then. It wasn't a big thing, but I didn't mind. I like the Klingons, especially when they changed in their shape. They were badass, you know, so I enjoyed that. Yeah. I can't really think of anything else, you know. So it's just a eccentric doctor that ran around and in a fearless way, in a casual, fearless way. Yes. Most people don't get that. They think, oh, it's just an eccentric. No, he's actually putting up with Daleks and all this sort of stuff. You know, he's that close to death and just smiles at death. Now, that's courage. It probably reminds me of the early Christians as an Greek Orthodox person. They were martyred and they looked death in the face and didn't pull away from it. So, yeah, that impresses me. Anyway. Lewis Jones, how are you, mate? You could set up stream elements or entropy account to receive super chats. God, I'll have to use taurine because taurine can actually slow down entropy and prevent misfolded proteins. It can actually force proteins to fold properly. Magical stuff. Manipulating water. You know, everybody talks about fourth stage of water. I think they don't understand the importance for that sort of stuff of taurine in that sort of interplay as well. But anyway, that's for another time, another video to explain all that. I think I've only given some of that research to one person that I do trust, who does some material for me, who's actually looked at that. That's probably the only other person, and some of the stuff that I've actually extrapolated from some of my ideas. That's for a future video. Anyway, do you have any strong opinions or experience with chiropractic or acupuncture? I don't have a strong opinion. I don't have. I've never done acupuncture, so I don't know enough about it, so I can't comment. Chiropractic, I did have some adjustment once years ago, and also I've done Bowen technique, which I actually prefer. And when I had sciatica, this was my old days when I was a carb eater, and I used to get a lot of sciatica. I don't anymore, but I used to back then. And I used to go in and do, I tried chiropractic. It wasn't too bad, but then I came along this other method, which sort of combines a nerve stimulation to try and heal the body by pinching the nerves in certain parts to get, it's a bit like the hormesis effect, but it's stimulating healing and repair by affecting the nerve system. So it employs some factors which probably come from acupuncture or Eastern medicine, plus some of the methods used in physiotherapy. It's a sort of a combination. A doctor an Australian doctor in Queensland developed the technique. It's called Bowen technique, and I've used that, and it actually really helped me with my sciatica. I just a couple of days later, I had suffered 4 times sciatica, And the first time I did Bowen, I required 2 times to do Bowen, and then it worked. The second time, I only required 1. The third time only once, and the fourth time only once. And since I've moved away from the carbohydrates and I've put more protein into my, it seems like my bodies and muscles are much stronger now, and I don't have that problem. So yeah, so that is an improvement that I can actually testify to. But I've only used chiropractic once, and so I've got limited experience. I can't really talk about it. Some friends of mine have used it more times, and they sort of really love it and really are convinced that it helps them. I don't know. I think there is some value in these things. If there wasn't, they wouldn't be around for so long. I do think that our bodies are an interplay of hormones, a number of enzymatic processes, and nerve signaling. And I think if you can manipulate certain muscle tissue and certain nerves to enable the body to sort of heal itself, like a hormetic stress, or sort of encouraging it to heal, this isn't working properly, stimulating this part to affect some healing. I think there may be some truth in all that, because if it didn't work, it would have vanished a long time ago. Allopathic medicine really just views the body with treats the body with a blunt instrument. It's either it's mostly a pharmaceutical thing that just in a blunt way hits a certain pathway and creates a whole lot of other side effects. Where these things are working with the natural ability for the body to heal, if the body is fed properly, it can function properly, circadian rhythms, all this sort of stuff, then generally it should be able to heal itself. When we're in the wild, tribal people, they are able to heal themselves. I know the Maasai, I did a video on the Maasai, and they feed their elderly, if they get sick, more meat and a certain broth with a certain plant compound. So I see plants as medicine, well, what are your pharmaceuticals? They're just a more concentrated form of some of these plant compounds. But because they're concentrated, they may actually cause other side effects, where the smaller doses may be better in allowing the body just to heal much easier without causing some other dysfunction, which is what medicines do, in my personal opinion. So there's that side of things. And so I do think that there is some efficacious sort of value to it. So I wouldn't actually just blow it out of the water in that regard. But I can't say I'm an expert in these sort of things. And there's a couple of other techniques. There's that other lady that actually works with Bart. She uses a technique which has to do with the nervous system and the muscle stimulation and stuff like that, which is probably a bit like Bowen, but slightly different, and she seems to get very good results. And even Bart's used it and got good results. So I don't consider these, I don't discount these, and I think they have some value. Are they going to overcome a bad diet? No. I think in combination with a good diet, good sleep, good circadian rhythms, good environment, trying to keep toxins away from you in the environment, good stress management, learning to, manage stress and stuff, like all these sort of things are going to help improve your general health and functioning. So it's a more, a holistic approach of multifaceted elements that are part of living, part of what constitutes the human condition. And if you take these things into consideration, then you should get certain results, in my personal opinion. But I can't talk specifically from those, just Bowen, because I've used Bowen for that specific sort of stuff. Would most people benefit from supplementing extra iodine? No. As I showed earlier, you can get enough from animal foods. You don't need to supplement. No. If somebody's severely deficient, they may supplement for a short period of time to fix a deficiency, and possibly, if they've got an underlying thyroid condition, yes, it could be useful, but only under, short-term use. You don't want to have too much. And the other thing is, if you get too much iodine without enough selenium, this can actually create hyperthyroidism, the complete opposite, and other problems, another sort of health-related problems in terms of the thyroid. So, there are receptor sites and the two key nutrients that are required in terms of the minerals is iodine and selenium. A secondary mineral is zinc. You get these things from animal foods, all three of those things. And then obviously vitamin D does play a role as well for the thyroid, and a number of other nutrients, taurine as well, a number of other nutrients that are in animal foods. So if you're eating animal foods, you should get all the nutrients to support your thyroid quite well. And if you try to minimize the amount of exposure to certain things that can be harmful to the thyroid or your general health, you're going to be a million miles ahead of most other people. Is high deuterium also a contributing factor as to why Paul Saladino suddenly looks so old? More than likely, because honey is very high in deuterium. Now, if you were to eat like the Hadza people eat, remember I did a video with Mary Ruddock? They actually break the actual honeycomb and they eat the honeycomb with the honey in it. Now, if you look at the composition of the honeycomb, it's got fats and proteins and honey, fructose. So it's not pure honey. And they usually bust little pieces they share around, so they're not having a massive amount. And so the amount, even she actually checked their ketones after they had that, and they were still just slightly lower, but they weren't. So she actually took ketone strips with her, unlike Paul, that is a crackpot in the way he doesn't do research. He just looks, observes, and has his own pet little, you could say, his own, biases. Where Mary, on the other hand, she brought a whole lot of kits with her, glucose strips, ketone strips, all sorts of things to check these people. And she noticed they were in low-grade ketosis most of the time. So, no, Paul's wrong about that. And if you're eating that amount of sugar that he's consuming, you're never going to be in ketosis. But also the high deuterium is definitely going to have ramifications on his health. That's a given. The high glycation of his proteins, because remember, even though he's not engaging the Randall cycle in a big way, maybe he's now, because he's consuming, I think, 400 grams of carbohydrates, where before he was only doing 100 or 150. At that level, 100, 150, you may engage the Randall cycle at a low grade and not get a lot of inflammation. But if you're eating 400, you're definitely going to be engaging the Randall cycle at a much higher gradient, and you will get more. And if he's also reducing his animal fat, he's going to get more higher deuterium energy from the sugar, and the fat, as I said earlier, it's in the round about 115 to 120 odd, within the 100 to 130 of the deuterium parts per million, the safe zone. So yeah, so pretty much he's on the wrong path, and he will suffer in the long run. These are high deuterium foods, fruit and honey, and they're good for growth. Don't get me wrong. This is our ancestors in interglacial periods, when the animals become leaner, because we're not in a glacial period since 12,000 years ago. So we're in an interglacial period, a warm period. So in an interglacial period, you're going to have leaner animals. So you need to fatten up to have enough fat stores for the winter. So you need to engage the Randall cycle seasonally by eating seasonal starch, seasonal fruit, seasonal honey, and you take those in with animal fats and you engage the Randall cycle for those few 1 or 2 months. You build up your fat stores and you got them for the leaner parts of the year. And you're eating less fat, slightly more protein, and you're getting the rest of the energy from your fat cells. That's the whole way it's supposed to. We store fat to be able to use it in a rainy day when we're in a lower insulin state. In winter months, in the months where things are leaner, there are no fruits around to engage the Randall cycle to build fat stores. But if you're eating fructose year in, year out, you're going to be engaging the Randall cycle. Eventually, he won't have the physical capacity to do enough exercise to reduce the amount of, and then he could be a tofu, fat on the inside, thin on the outside. One of those sort of people, So, I mean, tofu, thin on the outside, fat on the inside. So he may not, he may just build more visceral fat, like my brother-in-law from my older sister. He skinny like that, and he's got shitloads of visceral fat and pre-diabetic. So he looks skinny. If you look at him, you go, he must be healthy. No, he isn't. He's pre-diabetic, and he's got shitloads of visceral fat. So, just because he's not showing, some people just don't become porkers. Actually, if he put on more body fat much easier, like people like me do, my older sister, my father, the advantage there is you take it out of circulation. You don't basically end up with visceral fat. You end up with more subcutaneous fat. It's actually, that's why even Lustig talks about these sort of people that are actually fatter and healthier than the other guys. Obviously you don't want to be overweight. I'm not encouraging people to be obese or anything like that. But, and with a carnivore diet, you'll get proper composition and more muscular, like, I've built up muscle, stuff like that. You've seen me in other videos anyway. So, but what he's doing is he's not building up subcutaneous fat. He's building up visceral fat with all this damn sugar coming from fructose. It's a disaster. And he's promoting this to his supporters. And he's got no idea about deuterium. And all this bullshit about, my electrolytes and all that. He wasn't eating enough protein. But it could be another reason as well, which I actually talked about in one of my videos. I talk about what raises blood sugar. Because remember, he was arguing that his blood sugar was going up on a carnivore diet. Remember that? Well, so was mine when I did an experiment. Why? Because he comes from the Mediterranean. He comes from southern Italy. I come from Greece. Southern Italians are basically got Greek genetics. We have this gene much higher because we're pastoral. 85% of Greece is mountainous. Sheep, goats, and all that, and dairy, way back from the Homeric period. Troy, back in the Homeric period. Well, in that sort of era, what did you think people were consuming? High dairy and animal foods. I've done a video on the ancient Greeks on their N15 data that they were highly carnivorous. But they were also eating a lot of dairy and small coastal fish. Now, the dairy that they were consuming and stuff like that, what it's done is if you take too much calcium in, you downregulate, a bit like the Irish with the beta-carotene and eating too much cod liver oil and getting too much retinol. What do? You downregulate the carotenoid conversion to retinol because you don't need as much. Well, if you're taking in a lot of calcium in the diet, you can downregulate the calcium absorption. Now you don't have the same situation. 24% of the people don't have the same capacity to regulate their blood sugar with higher serum calcium or maintain, because I think he had heart palpitations and stuff like that. He claimed, well, if you don't have enough serum calcium because you're not absorbing enough from the meat, that is, and you need to eat more dairy because of the genetics. You can mask it by raising insulin, holding on to minerals a bit more. And that's what he's done. And says, I feel better. Well, obviously, because you've raised insulin, you're holding on, you're water retaining, but also retaining more minerals. We know that. Walter Kempner back in the 30s did the low-fat study. And because when he was doing the low-fat study, you raise insulin, you don't raise it too much, but enough physiologically to hold on. That's why the only way we can actually cause insulin signaling is eating more protein to cause that insulin signaling to force the kidneys to hold on to more of the minerals so you don't get. And then there's the other little trick to regulate all that with the taurine that regulates it even better, because it puts the right minerals in the right place, your magnesium, potassium inside the cell, calcium and sodium inside the bloodstream, and balances the ions much better. That's the other side. When you eat enough meat, which he wasn't, he was under eating, and as a consequence, not getting enough taurine, couldn't regulate his electrolytes, not getting enough protein, couldn't get that stimulation of the, and not getting enough calcium, because I suspect he may be one of those 24% of Europeans. In Greece, it's much higher, the percentage. And if you're not eating dairy, you can end up having a serum calcium deficiency, which will raise your blood sugar and also increase your heart palpitations and arrhythmias. There's your problem. He's a doctor. Why didn't he do the research and look into it? Look at his genetics and do the research. I did it. I'm just friggin', dumb engineer. He's a doctor. He's fantastic. Somebody should ask him that. Anyway, yes. Anyway, it's 10:14. I better F out of here. I can go on for ages about these. Look, some of the other questions I haven't answered. I do apologise to those who I haven't answered your questions. Yeah, I'll look at it when I get a chance. I do want to check it out. See what they talked about. Yes. Did he? DJ Projectus? Really? Is he coming back to the dark side of the carny diet? Is he realizing that he's crap, that he's probably looking, somebody's probably pointed out to him, you look like crap, Paul, and he's probably noticed himself and he's going, oh shit, maybe I made the wrong move, and now he's trying to slowly come back towards us. He won't admit that he was wrong. He's got a big ego. That's his problem. You've heard me. There's nothing wrong with saying I effed up. I've effed up a couple of times and I've called myself out. I've told you before you even realized it. But that's what a true scientist does. Admits, look, I really didn't look into this properly. I missed this, and this is really what it is. Science is not settled, guys. Anybody that tells you it's settled, they're crackpots. Science is an evolving thing. As we get more information, we understand better. But there is empirical knowledge and then crackpot knowledge. The empirical knowledge, and I need to cover this point, in physics, when we look at the weak nuclear force, yep, the strong nuclear force, we've measured those. When we, 1 + 1 = 2 in maths, it's an absolute value. That you can put it on the wall, won't change. It won't become 3 unless you're a crackpot. Or you've got a feeling that it's 3, you're woke. But otherwise, sensible people understand that, that's empirical truth. Now, when you grab bones, the long bones of our ancestors, and you analyze them, and they're very high in N15, the nitrogen 15, they can only come from eating another animal the flesh of an animal is high in N15. And the carbon signature is delta 13, which indicates that that animal was eating grass. So the flesh of a grass eater is what you're consuming, and that's the signature in your bones. So a ruminant animal, a land-based animal. And there's a bit there for coastal river fish. There is. In all the studies, when I look at the N15 data, I've looked at a lot of them, even the transitional populations and stuff like that. In the future, I will do videos like that. I've got a lot of the other things that I have to do, and later on I will do these sort of ethnological ones. I get from certain academic sites that I'm a member, I download a lot of N15. They actually send me a lot of N15. I've filled up folders, and I will at some stage look at different populations. I do want to even look at the Middle East, like the Persian plateau, and has people moved down into the valleys and stuff like that, how their N15, N14 changed as, you know, they changed their diet, and that shows that sort of it lines up with history. So all that sort of stuff is interesting. It's sort of like it nails the picture, the story. So when I look at that, you know, it's baked into the bones. That is absolute truth. Period. You know, it's non-negotiable. You know, what do I have to do? Grab a bone and actually hit somebody over the head with it to understand? That is absolute truth. It's proven in the bones. It's baked into the bones, that information. Now we've also got, for the tooth enamel of these ancestors, we've got the zinc, the high zinc levels. You can only get that by eating animals. You can't get it from eating plants. So it's definitive, cleared. Now, what we've done for the last 10,000 years, well, we've done something which is against our own physiology. And even archaeologists know this. When they see people who are tribal people, and then they see in this settlement in a similar area, they see the same population now having adopted agriculture, what do they see? They see a reduction in the body size because they're not getting enough protein, they're not getting enough nutrients. They see deformities, malformations. They see these little white spots on the you know, the cranium, and those are basically iron deficiency. They see all these things as these people start eating more grains. These things can't be hidden, and they also can see the N14 data increasing and less N15, which means they're eating more plant foods, and they see the consequences. Now, doctors, modern day doctors or nutritionists, crackpot nutritionists, may not want to look at that, and they will want to play around with epidemiology and adjust things and manipulate things with ORAC values and all this other bullshit. But the bones don't lie of our ancestors. They're quite clear. When we moved away from animal foods to plant foods, we became sicker, shorter, weaker, and everything else. It's quite clear. You know, it's very clear. And people that want to put their heads in the sand and ignore that, well, they're doing it because they've got agendas, and it's really just agendas. But those agendas, we can't afford them as people because they're harming our health. They're harming our families' health, and they're harming our communities and our nations and our world in general. We're all being harmed. And, you know, we need to stand up and say enough. You know, take your crackpot ideas and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. You're wrong. You're a crackpot. You're a liar. Call them out. You know, and we should do it all the time. Don't fear. Be fearless. You know, tell them and all that. And if they don't like it, bugger them. I don't give a shit. Learn to not give a shit, because these people are arrogant pieces of shit that don't care about anybody else other than themselves. Use arguments with calmness. Let them get upset and look the fool. Never get upset. You know, I just smile back. It really pisses them off. It really annoys them because they've lost the argument and they get all upset and all that. It's funny. Funny as. Are you a fish? Billy the Kid. If you're a fish, I'd say yes, go for it. Look, some of these things can help with some of the heavy metals, like chlorella, for instance, can actually, have a bit, but they do have a number of side effects. And I prefer just getting the gallbladder to work properly, which will excrete excess heavy metals. So there are better ways of doing it rather than using some of this sort of stuff, because they do have other side effects and do affect a number of pathways. So I'm not a fan at all whatsoever. Dave, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Cavities. Yes, I used to get quite a few of them in my old plant munching days. Yes. Wonderful things. I haven't seen a dentist now for 2 years. 2 or 2.5. Yeah, maybe more. Actually, what am I saying? 4 years. 2019, I didn't see it all. No, back in 2018, the last time I actually went to a dentist to get my teeth scraped and cleaned and all that sort of stuff, that sort of thing, that was back in 2018. I haven't done it since then. It makes a big difference when you're not eating a whole lot of crap. Let's put it down that way. It does make a big bloody difference. Yeah, it's been a while. I didn't realise it was that long. God, it's getting close to 5 years. Shit, it has been a while. He probably thinks I'm dead. Who cares? Same here, no dentist. Exactly. It's wonderful. Just an extra saving. More steaks. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot for turning up. I hope you got something out of it. I had a bit of fun, a few rants, so that's my fun. I'm pretty casual and laid back when it comes to this sort of stuff. You guys know, my regulars do know what I'm like. I don't take myself too serious. I think if you do, thanks to J Projectus, none of us, as I say, I always say to people, I look at my core data, the N15 data and things like that, and that's for me my foundation. The other stuff on top, I'm still learning. I'm trying to understand things in a more deeper way and stuff like that. So I can actually then provide you guys with biohacks or solutions to your problems. Because I have a way of viewing things in a very, holistic way. I come from multiple angles. I don't just go, take this. I'll go, yeah, because there is the bell curve. There are variations, genetics, and a lot of other things, and other multiple factors that can be at play at the same time. And so I approach things very differently. Well, I hope I do. Most of my subscribers do believe that I do that. And, I'm just hope that helps more people, because if I'm not helping people, why am I wasting the time? Thanks, mate. But you got to be at the same time as a person. You got to be cognizant of the fact that you will make mistakes, and that's why sometimes I'm very cagey. Even though I've tried things at a certain physiological level, I've tried a few things for recommending things, because I don't want to put people at risk. I need to be certain about things before I start recommending certain things. Yes. Multiple angles. Yes. It's one of those cartography jokes. Yes. Anyway, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care, and I will see you guys in less than a fortnight, because it won't be next weekend, but the following one. So we won't be doing it on Tuesday again for a while unless something really happens. But otherwise, it will not be the next, but at the following one. You may find me appearing next Saturday, potentially, to discuss some not nutritional stuff, but geopolitical stuff. We'll see. And it may be on the other channel as well. I may do it on the other channel. to promote the other channel. So you may have to come there, you know, shit happens in that regard. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing something along those lines, and because there's a number of things that people want to talk about, the current crisis, the stuff like that. There's all the money printing, but also some of the underlying, where they're going with the digital currency, why they're doing it. I've talked a bit about this, you know, 3.5 to 4 year cycle of the bonds, how they're upping the interest rates, to bringing it down, recycling the bonds, pushing it up again, you know, in order to slowly collapse and then reset through productivity measures, which fourth industrial revolution and stuff like that. But you guys may have questions about some of that sort of stuff, to understand where we are in the cycle of this reset cycle, and things that they are doing and why they are doing them, and what you can do to protect yourself and stuff like that. So it's going to be more of that. Whether I do it this Saturday or the following Saturday, I haven't made up my mind yet. Will depend on my brother. I'll have to chat with him, see what he's doing on the Saturday, because there was supposed to be a get together either Sunday night or Saturday night. I don't know yet. So I've been told it's going to be Sunday night, but I could be wrong. So I'm not going to commit myself to anything, just in case, because I can't remember exactly, because it was a couple of weeks back that he told me that we were having this get together. Anyway, so that's pretty much it, guys. But I do want to have a video, do a bit of that, and I think some of the European people will come in, because they're actually at the knife's edge with everything that's happening now on the energy front, and they would probably appreciate. And you know, that people have got a lot of questions about those things, and I think I've got plenty of answers. I'm not claiming that I've got all the answers. I would never claim that, but let's say I've probably gone further down into that rabbit hole of the reset, probably more than most people. There are a few others that are out there pretty good as well, but yeah, there's a lot of things that people are completely unaware of, and I think you need to be more aware of some of this sort of stuff for your own protection and your family's protection. Really important. Anyway, I better get out of here. It's 10:30 in about how many seconds? Let's see. In 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I'm out of here. See yous.